Hello? Hello? Can y'all hear me? Hello? And I know this is Star Rail, just let me do my dailies. Oh goodness. Hello? Hiya, how y'all doing? Welcome to the stream. So, like I said, obviously this is not Genshin. Don't, just ignore this, don't worry about it. I need to do my dailies really quick so that I don't forget to, like I almost did last night. Won't take but a minute.
Got places to be? I'm your best guide.
I'll be very, very quick, and then we'll get to the fun stuff, which is Genshin. Ugh, not this daily. But how's everybody doing on this wonderful, what is it today, Saturday? I am losing track of time. Hello Zolo, hello Clev, hello Leia, how you doing? Hello Luna, how you doing? Lazuli Lapis, Maki, Elvie, Human Being, Kawaii Beans, how you doing? Oh yeah, we can talk about lore and Star Rail really quick if you want. Wait, where the fuck? Crap, I wasn't listening to what she was saying. Alright, there we go. But yeah, I think the Eons are really interesting in this game. What do you guys think about the Eons? They're all so very interesting. And there are a few in particular that I think are very, very relevant to Genshin. Like extremely relevant. No, not you, Luocha. Hello, Roosevelt. Welcome back. Do I have a favorite Eon? Mine is Aha. Yeah, I really like Aha. He seems really chaotic. And I really like that. I really like that. Okay, well, what am I... Okay, I need Luca stuff, so we're gonna go farm really quick for Luca. Just real quick. It ain't gonna take long. Oh wait, before I do this.
Does that hurt?
Ah, fuck, that's the wrong one. There we go. Dude, is there a Sampo somewhere? Oh yeah, the game is excuse me. The game is finally getting 240 resin before Genshin. Like, I mean, I don't understand why that is. We should be getting more resin. Really interesting concept, and I love how many there are. Yeah. You like Yaosha and Lan. I like them too, for very specific reasons. Fuli, I like them too, because for very specific reasons. Speaking of Fuli, you know how there's the Garden of Remembrance and all the little followers, or what do they call them? Pathwalkers? That's the name for it, right? Oh, okay, Roosevelt, let me use your Sampo. Let me add you. How do I do that? Is that what I need to do? But anyway, one of the things that's interesting about, which we can actually look at right now, the Garden of Remembrance and their philosophy is the idea that a universe can survive in memories. Like, if you talk to this messenger,
Sure.
you can ask her questions.
I'll try to answer to the best of my abilities. The disappearance of those with form will inevitably bring about the obliteration of those without. Look at the galaxy. After the incident with the Antimatter Legion, civilizations are like dying embers in the wind. Many worlds wither and crumble, even without Nanook's influence. It is unacceptable to allow the memories of civilizations to simply vanish. That is why Garden of Recollection has decided to collect and safekeep their memories. Once the crisis ends, the fragments of those memories will shape a blueprint of rebirth for everything that has disappeared.
Like, this is such an interesting concept and has a lot of implications for Genshin, especially because so many things in Genshin revolve around memories and remembering, and memories being interchangeable with power. And as long as you remember something, nothing will ever die. It's like really, it's a very interesting concept. But she talks also about a universe being able to survive via memories. And I really think that might have something to do with Genshin. But I'm not sure. I haven't completely finished my thoughts on it, though. All I know is it's probably important. Oh, where are we going? What did I say we were doing? We were going for Luca stuff, so we're going to go over here. Genshin, in Genshin it was 120 resin at the beginning too. Yeah, like I hope we get more resin, especially since the map is expanding so much. Like they need to give us at least a little bit more resin. Like for real. Belobog was such a snooze fest. Fair opinion. I thought it was interesting, but only because I thought it was interesting because of the implications for Genshin that it might have. With the dichotomy of, again, an overworld and underworld, a supreme guardian who built a wall around the city and rules with an iron fist, and again, a mother who's pretty shitty to her adopted daughter. There's also the triquetra, which is interesting, as a symbol for the Belobogians or whatever. I find that to be very curious. Also, the simulated universe is in the shape of a triquetra, which I think is hilarious because we've been talking about to that possibly being a domain that was in control of the Moon Sisters at one point.
Life is as ephemeral as...
And maybe in control of one of them, Istaroth. And that Tevat might just be fake. Or like, somehow not real. But where are those who share the memory? Oh my goodness. This philosophy comes very close to permanence. I know, there are a lot of paths with very similar, what's it called? Viewpoints from what it seems. So it's like hard to fucking figure out like how they differentiate. But I think it's explained in the game, right? That they sometimes come into conflict with each other and they kind of absorb one another. You know, I'm just going to use Yangchen. Yangqing. You really like Belobog, but you had a lot of buy-in from Honkai Impact 3rd. I see that. Ah, shit, I attacked the wrong one, but that's okay. Ah, shit, I attacked the wrong one again, but that's okay. Yanqing is kind of a cool character. I've wanted him ever since the story quest. The most recent one.
May as well kill 'em all. Good time to say bye. Boom.
Alright, I gotta make sure to end this fight with the support character. And I don't know if you can hear it, but it's like it's like storming outside right now. Outside of my window. Onion, you into leaks? If so, you might want to see Nuvilet's recent leak. No, I am not. Please don't share anything. No. No, 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 no. And also out of consideration for people who don't like leaks.
Say bye to breathing.
Eternal state.
I can't explain it, but something about Star Rail's way of storytelling is really not vibing with me. I can't put my finger on it. Oh. Like, as compared to, like, Genshin? Alright, so that's 4 out of 6.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
You couldn't vibe with it until the last patch main story? Yeah, the last patch was interesting.
May as well kill them all.
I mean, it might be an acquired taste for people. I get that. Especially like the fighting style. I don't know why I just healed.
Time for swordplay. Strike with heart.
Eternal state.
The story is so honkai, maybe that's why. Maybe. I don't know, but so far I'm enjoying it. But everything is so damn expensive in this game. Like, I feel like it's like worse than Genshin in some ways.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Practice is over.
Oh, thank God. Alright, I thought that was gonna kill it, but it didn't, thankfully. Alright. Got everything I needed. We're almost at Trailblaze level 65. Maybe I'll get that today. But I'm gonna log off and we're gonna switch to Genshin because that's all I wanted to do for now. Alrighty. Let me switch over. Give me a second. God, this is the first time I've logged into Genshin in like... Why did this just change? Why did that just change? That shouldn't have changed. I'm sure you guys can hear the fucking thunderstorms. I like Star Rail a lot. I just don't have a lot of motivation to play. Maybe it's Hoyo burnout or something. I mean, I get that. Oh yeah, Ting Yoon, I hope she's still alive. Sorry if that's a spoiler for anyone. Congrats on the Kafka. I haven't gotten her yet. Well, I hope you get her. She's really cool. I'm trying to level up other characters like Luca and probably Sampo eventually. You know, the ones that have synergy with her. Ah, there we go. I was like, where is it? It's storming there too, Ruse. Interesting. Yeah, I like thunderstorms too. They're very calming. I just hope that the power doesn't go out while I'm streaming, because that's happened. I don't think while I've streamed, but it's... The power has gone out here a few times before. The trailers see the Numa and Osea reactions. They seem to have an effect on the active character's HP. Do they? That's interesting. Like, does it take it away or give it back? Alright. Let's see everything that I have missed. Oh my god. Alright, that's a lot of shit. We're just gonna ignore all of that right now. How long do you have to be offline for this to like trigger? Ah, shit. I hate it. I have to get rid of some of these mystic ores. Let's just level up a random ass weapon. Let's do this one. Ah, fuck. I don't have materials for it. Let's do this one. Alright, there we go. 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 30 days. Oh, God. I'm just constantly pouring Star Rail because they keep having characters I want. Yeah, me too. Like, I just spent all my stuff for Kafka and her light cone. Wait, what the fuck? I don't want to do this. I don't want to craft this. Wait, I'm right next to a crafting table.
I've forgotten something. Not to worry, I'll simply send someone to fetch it.
All right, let's see.
What
Oh, where is it? There it is. I just need a few, but we're gonna make like 22. Oh wait, I have a character that can do things. That can give bonuses. There we go. 45 days? Well, gameplay was okay for me, but the story has the problem it didn't click, which is sad for me, or which was sad for me. I had expectation for Belobog and Bronya. Your myth-obsessed and Slavic ones don't usually get much love. Yeah, I can see how it was disappointing. I get y'all. Speaking of Sampo, y'all hear about Rio? So the new dude that's like Fenrir, his weapon? No, I have not. But somebody mentioned yesterday that he looks like Sampo, and he really does. Me too. I feel like it's because I'm more excited for Fontaine right now, so Star Rail isn't that interesting for me right now. I get that. You lost your 50-50 on Blade? I'm sorry. Alright, back to... There we go. What weapon was I? I think it was like this one. Yeah. I'm just trying to get rid of these because I have way too much. Alright, that should be enough.
How can I help you?
There we go. What the fuck? What is all of this? I haven't seen this before. Wow, they really want you to... They really fucking want you to come back and play. Alright. This is going on, but I'm not doing this because we're gonna need Fontaine shit anyway, right? So what is the point? Shared site. Wait, all of this disappears in a day? This disappears in 3 days? Okay, well, we have to do this first, whatever this is. Oh, I forgot about this. How long does this last? Oh, it lasts for 2 days. I don't need to do that right now. He is cryo catalyst. Interesting. Star Rail made more money than Genshin in July. I mean, that makes sense, though. Because a lot of people were, like, fatigued from Genshin. See, I should have way more than this.
I remember the look on my retainers' faces when I informed...
Alright. Let's head over to whatever the fuck this is. Do we have to take pictures of animals or something? That would be boring. But on a more interesting topic, how did you guys enjoy 3.8? What did you think of the Veluriyam Mirage, Bottleland, and the characters? All right. Sorry, I'm reading this. Alright, lady, just let us play the game that you're talking about. Isn't this a Studio Ghibli movie? I feel like this is explaining a Studio Ghibli movie. Oh, you have to catch animals. Alright. Oh, there's a photo event in 4.8. Oh, or 4.0. Okay. You liked 2.8 and 1.6 better? Yeah, the Golden Apple Archipelago was fun, but I'm kind of glad they switched it up because there's only so much they can do with those freaking islands. You had a lot of fun. You loved how chill it was. You enjoyed all the Caelia content. Of course you did. Of course you did, Roosevelt. Kawaii beans. It was fun, and I found the story to be engaging, but I'm more interested in getting to Fontaine at this point. Yeah, me too. Sorry, I'm reading this again. Okay, something about the Akasha. Using animals for rescue missions and exploration missions. Okay. Alright. That's like how those rats are used to sniff out bombs. Or doggies are used to sniff out drugs. Something called an inscribed mirror. Alright, let's roll out. Oh, Kiki's delivery service or something. The cat. No, yeah, I was thinking the cat returns. From what I remember from the movie. But it could be Kiki's delivery service too. But wait, she doesn't turn into a cat, does she? To be honest, super boring. Golden Apple was more fun, to be honest, and more lore intense. Well, I beg to differ. Cause this one had a lot of lore implications. A lot of lore implications. Veluriyam could have made so much better sense if if the cast choice was better or made sense. I mean, I kind of agree with that. Well, Here's the thing, though. I think it all did make sense. If we look at the bigger picture, all of them were chosen carefully, I think. Kokomi, Caelia, Cely. Who the fuck else was there? Eula. Actually, I don't know why the fuck Eula needed to be here. But maybe she's important too. Maybe she's important too. And the fact that it was her cousin from the Lawrence clan who fucked everything up in the bottle. Oh yeah, Cely. Cely, I don't know why Cely was here though. I could make an argument for like a Lawrence clan member being there. And then Eula having to be there as well. I can make an argument for Kokomi. And Caelia especially, and Cely especially, but I don't fucking know. Cely is kind of random. I'll agree with you on that one. Wait, where the fuck? Alright, go to the paw prints. That's all we have to do, right?
Unable to muster the courage to say anything in opposition.
The Mirage made perfect sense, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
This was a fine idea.
What do you think the Mirage represents? Yeah, it's nice. It was nice to see their friendship dynamic, Eula and Cely, from, what was it, the last Windbloom Festival? Oh, I have to equip something. The little mirror she talked about earlier. I forgot how to play this game. I need to go to the inventory. And it should be in here. Do you guys ever remember to do this? Because I sure as hell don't. The fucking parametric transformer. Where? Okay. All right, where? Okay, I see one. Ah, shit. No, don't run. I did not mean to do that. Oh, I have to actually physically go up to it. Okay. Oh, yeah, they just needed an excuse to fucking justify her rerun. I mean, that makes sense. It does seem like the story... Like, the characters have to be involved in the story somehow. Oh. No! Okay, there we go. Oh my god, I got scared. I was so happy with the cast, but I am a Kokomi main, so you were happy to get her. I think her presence is very interesting. Also, did anyone find it weird when, like, she touched Cely's hand and then all of a sudden, like, the fish and shit just disappeared in her eyes? But she thought that, like, Kokomi thought she was just, like, hallucinating, essentially. She didn't think anything of it. She was like, huh. Must have been the wind. She didn't say that, but it's kind of like that. That was a very odd moment that I don't really know what to make. I don't really know what to make of that. Though I do remember there were like theories about Cely being a sun child from Enkanomiya. And then of course there are theories about Kokomi being like a bishop or a dragon. But here it is. That's less credible now because, well, we'll see what New Valette is. I'm hoping he's the new dragon, water sovereign. I didn't like the story itself, but the characters' interactions and environment was great. Yeah, I liked the NPCs, and I did like Idea. She was pretty cool. She was a fun NPC. But the lore implications, y'all, are very massive. Cely without her two dads is less fun. I mean, I agree. I actually agree with that. Teaser for her part 2 character story and teaser for a hangout? Maybe. Like, over several events, we've had a growing relationship or friendship of Cely and Eula, so I was happy to see... Yeah, I was happy to see more of that, too. Yeah, like, it was... The Cely thing was... The Cely thing was very odd to me. Yeah, the play... the play. We can actually watch that. I actually did pull it up because I have many comments about it. And also, the last little scene. Because again... Oh, I have to get this, don't I? It's so important, y'all. That event was so important, and it was very telling. Very telling.
This realm.
You see how many fucking realm currency coins I have?
If you ever...
That just shows you how much I really do not care. I just want Fontaine. I don't even want to do the dailies. I don't really care to. They're so boring. I switched it over to Mondstadt because I found doing dailies in Sumeru was kind of an annoying pain because I didn't want to go out to the desert whenever it like puts shit out in the desert. All right, let's see where we have to go next because... Oh, we have to do fucking 5 more of these. All right. That's not too bad though. I wish we got Not Long Crumbs. I hope we get a whole bunch when Fontaine is finally released. Did I see the cave mural? Wait, what cave mural? Like, I have done no exploration, really, in the Veluriyam Mirage. I only did the, you know the thing where you have to go to multiple locations, where it's like that play kind of thing, and you ride a roller coaster, you find, like, a pirate's treasure thingy. Y'all remember that? It's like a side quest. All right.
Opportunities to bask in the sunlight.
Wait, no, I didn't mean to leave. Oh. Oh, that's actually cool. All right. That's pretty useful. Okay, so it's over there. So we gotta go to the right, and it's in these bushes? Question mark? Should be like over here. I think I see it. Yeah. Oh God, this one's far away. Okay, so we have to go up here. And I see just how we're gonna do that. Never mind. I actually really like this little animal event. It's fun. I actually am kind of having fun with this because the inscribed mirror is pretty cool. All right. Oh, it's over here. And it don't take long. Wait. Oh, that was a chest in the overworld. I'm not getting that right now. Guess I could just look. Nope, fuck it. We're gonna go back to the event details. Oh, okay, it's over here. For most of the event story, I was like, their eyes glow weirdly. They are sus. They are some slug shapeshifter refugees from Fontaine. See, I originally thought that they were all Oceanids, but only Edea is. And the rest of them are like memories, basically. They're like shades almost, like the Sin Shades. Oh. Oh, here I am. So it's like directly in front of me. Oh, here we go. Eh. Oh shit. I did really like the 3-play side story. Me too. They were cute. And yeah, they hinted at Kaveh being in Bottleland, which is really cool. Alright, let me... So we have to go up here now, right? If I saw that correctly. Yep. I hope we meet the playwright in Fontaine. Oh yeah, that would be pretty cool. As a 100% everything enjoyer, your map is making me cringe. Oh yeah, no, I don't have time for any of that. Yeah, I'm not... I'll like clear out most of the map, but I won't... Not everything. That's way too time consuming. And I play this game for the story, not really any other reason. Will there be a Wind Trace Season 4, or are the devs done with that? I'm pretty sure it's gonna pop up at some point. Water Trace? Probably. Yeah, I don't know why they don't make some of these minigames, like, permanent. It is perplexing. Like, what is the actual fear? Do they have, like, a money reason for not doing it, or what? Like, I'm genuinely confused by that. It's for mobile players. Wait, what do you mean by that? Maybe Kaveh was in Bottleland during the Sumeru Archon Quest. He did say he was in the desert. Maybe he was. That would make sense.
This view.
Ugh, y'all just want to die, don't you?
Time for takeoff.
Alright, have fun. Oh, storage space. Because then people would have to start hating it and boom, you get rid of a FOMO event that would excite people. I mean, yeah. It makes no sense since we do have some minigames you can do in people's teapots.
Wait.
Yeah. So you're saying it's for storage space for mobile players. I keep forgetting this is like primarily a mobile game. Like that's kind of the market they originally wanted to cater to, but this is still unique though. Why did I just get a whole bunch of Mora? Whatever. Crystal flies, and I know exactly where this is. Wait, I hope I can get them. Alright. And I got them all. Oh, because I killed a bunch of people. So that was from Liyue? Oh. Or not Liyue, it was right next to the sign. That makes sense. Alright, so that's by the frost-bearing tree, so we're gonna have to swing over here. It's like up on this mountain, I'm guessing. You know what? I fucking hate sheer cold. It's just annoying. If they did a much better compression of the files, then maybe we could have more permanent things. I mean, yeah. Oh, Layla has been to the Bottleland? I like the music rhythm games. Those are pretty fun. They're nice. Alright, here we are. And where's the last one? Okay, by this little broken little dam bridge, whatever the fuck it is. The more permanent content you put, the less FOMO events you have. They absolutely will not be increasing people's investment into the game. I mean, that's a point too, because like, let's be real. Just like what happened with the Genshin TCG, people are going to get bored of it really quick if they make it permanent and like not play it really at all. Like, I'm sure there's a dedicated player base maybe, but it definitely doesn't reflect the majority of players, right? Focalors, go get food. You stop caring about sheer cold once you figured out Kuki can heal faster than it freeze. See, I need a healer on this team, but I don't have one. Cryonation lines from child hints there's going to be more sheer cold. I mean, it makes sense. Like, I get why. I get why it exists as a mechanic, right? But maybe because we have like the blessing of the Pyro Archon or some shit, we can like stay warm or something. I don't fucking know. Because we should, because Natlan is before Snezhnaya, like right before it. Okay, I think I know where this is. This is a bigger space, isn't it? Alright. Alright, now where's the next one? I mean, to be fair, Honkai Star is a lot more segmented than Genshin Impact is, but on the subject of instances with how they do hangouts, there's no reason that we can't rerun events for the story, at least. Yeah, that would be like a huge quality of life update that they should do, which is offering previous events. I don't know how they would store all that, but I think it's extremely necessary for people who weren't able to experience stuff like unreconciled stars.
Here we go.
Or even things like the 3-realm gateway event, because I feel like that was important too. Wait, I hope I'm going the right way. Oh, and I am. Wait, did I get the last one? No, I didn't. Okay, so you're in that... You're in a mining cart with ore in it. So it should be... Wait, what did I... Oh, no, that was to sit down. That's what that prompt was. Yep. Okay, so the... It should be right here. All right. All right, we got one more to do, and then we can finally go to fucking Bottleland. Unless there's like a quest after this, which I feel like there will be. To wrap things up. Or better yet, make the story part of the events permanent. Yeah, there should be a way for like people to be able to digest the story who end up missing it. Yeah, like, I get why treasure compasses don't work in Dragonspine, but it doesn't make it less annoying. For me, it's kind of confusing because, like, I kind of don't understand the lore reason as to why. Because even if you argue, like, oh, it's the nails, or oh, it's, like, Durin's corrupted blood and shit, and corrupted power. That's in the chasm, and don't treasure compasses work in the chasm? Like, am I wrong, or, like, hello? Sal Vindignir isn't Mondstadt. Okay, then why the fuck do we get daily commissions, Mondstadt daily commissions in Dragonspine? I have one today. Like, this shouldn't exist then. Yeah. It's so confusing to me. We also don't get sigils. That's weird. I started playing in 1.3 and I'm so mad I can't play them because the story in 1.1 and 1.2 is so good. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Yeah, like they didn't... That's the problem with like missing certain events. It's kind of like also the issue, which is, I guess it's not really an issue. But you know, like before Sun and Moon and how it's basically an enconomia and how super important it is. Like, it has a whole bunch of stuff, like the primordial one, the Shining Shades, and the name for Istaroth, the God of Time, that they even referenced in A's second story quest, and so many people were fucking confused by it, because they were like, wait, I didn't play in Enconomia, I didn't do the side quests, so I don't know who this is. And I don't... Do you feel like that's a problem? I kind of feel like it is. Because, I don't know. Maki, weren't they cut off from ley lines? The ley lines are more messed up where we are. The equivalent area in the chasm would be down where, okay. I mean, down where the Archon Quest was. I mean, okay. But, like, do the compasses work deep down in the chasm? Or are you referring to, like, that weird space that we entered? The one that was gonna like eat our souls. If that's the case, then I mean, I guess. But like Dragonspine does have ley lines. But like you said, I guess they're just more messed up. I don't know. What will Farina's fan-made nickname be? I have no idea. Alright, so it's like right in front of the statue of the Seven. It's a duck. It's a cute little duck. If you don't play the whole game, why should it explain everything everywhere? People already hate Paimon and that's her job. It is, at least in my opinion. Yeah, it's a problem, I think, because people aren't really obligated to play side quests, and a lot of people just simply don't want to, which I think is fine. But the thing is, if they introduce that kind of information, they need to expand on that and reinforce that information in content that people will consume. Because while like certain character story quests, like you can do them at any time, but there are certain story quests that are absolutely necessary for certain events and for certain Archon quests, I even think, right? So it's not like there's the element of choice, I guess, in the same way that you have with like side quests. Making a burger, that sounds yummy. Am I in the right place? I don't think I am. Alright, we're checking the thing again. Do you think Farina will welcome us in Fontaine Archon Quest like in the live stream? Yeah, I think she's gonna do it intentionally because she'll see us as our entertainment. As her entertainment, rather. Oh, I need to go down a level. Right? Right here. Oh my goodness. There we go. Yeah, they need to make like a gameplay channel. And I guess people can like watch cutscenes, but I mean, I don't know. I still think that they need to provide the shit in a more accessible way.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Alright, this is done. Okay, no follow-up story quest. Great. Alright, so we have to do this. Let's do some loring and exploring. We're gonna start at the very beginning because, again, I just kind of did the story and ignored everything else. People who don't play will watch lore videos about it anyway. I mean, that's true. That's true. That's why lore channels exist. I think it has to do with Genshin Impact storytelling style. It's a whole archaeology quest. If you don't want to dig, you won't know all the details. And that's true. And I guess like the details aren't necessarily critical to you understanding the overall story. What is this? Why am I getting this prompt? Also, can I say the story or the music in this place is really good? Like the music that plays during the play is so nice. It's just like, mwah. Yeah, Farina and Nu have a single dad and bratty teen daughter vibe. They certainly do. It's more like he's a babysitter. And she's just... I don't fucking know. So what do you think? I know we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but what do y'all think Farina's origin story is? Clearly she wasn't born during the Cataclysm because she's not younger than Nahida. Nahida's the youngest Archon. So she must have existed like before the Cataclysm, right? But it just makes me wonder like what she was. Daughter of the previous Archon? Sister? Cousin? Lackey? I don't fucking know. Or maybe she was some other kind of creature and then became a god or something. It'd be really interesting if she was like like a human who ascended to Celestia at some point and then descended to become an Archon. Because isn't one of the focalor thingies like that she the demon like wants to return to heaven or something, or longs for heaven, something like that. I don't know why I attack these things. All right. There was nothing down there. Maybe an Oceanid, but the others didn't like that much. Yeah. The other one, the other Oceanids don't like her. They do not like her, like at all. What if she's the first example of an Allogene become God? Yeah. That's basically, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, what if she is that? Artificially made, like, in a test tube. Rei Ayanami from, I have no idea what that anime is. Made from parts Renee took from the Lotus and Sumeru? Oh, I mean, maybe. But, well, no, that can't have been the case because the Lotus was only there after Rukkhadevata grew the tree, which happened after the previous Archon died. And we know that Farina is older than 500 years old because she's older than Nahida, who is the youngest Archon. So that can't be the case, right?
All yours, should you have any use for them.
I think they will continue the same theme of same but different, and Farina is like an offshoot of a river that the original Archon was. That would be, you know, I mean, that would be that would be something. I don't know. Is that getting a little stale for people? Because it's like, okay, they did the twin thing. They did the clone / piece of tree thing, like a branch from a tree that the original Archon technically was an avatar of, and therefore they're the same, but also different, because they grow into different trees or whatever. And have different fates. Like, isn't that stale? Like, if they do that again? There we go. Jesus. Oh, okay, let's talk about this. Now that we're actually here. But first I'm gonna go get this chest. To give you guys time to respond. Maybe human polluted by corrupted water of previous Archon. That'd be interesting. All right. Hello, Wanderer. How you doing? Maybe she's a random person who drank some dead god water juice. I mean, that's also possible. Oh, Neogenesis Evangelion. I've never seen that, by the way. Yeah, like, I've been told that it's based on, like, Hoyoverse loves that anime. But I've never seen it, unfortunately. I mean, cyclicality is stale, yet here we are on the 4th game using the exact same themes. That's true. Fontaine Archons wants to judge the gods, and Notland is supposed to tell us the truth. The upcoming Archon and World Quest are going to be juicy. I cannot fucking wait for Fontaine. Statue of the Seven looks different from focalors. Yeah. It looks a bit different.
Inactivity serves no purpose.
But I can see how it could also look the same or similar. We'll see what they do with it. And I assume we're not gonna freaking learn the truth of it until, like, what? 4.1? Or 4.2, rather? I mean, on the raid topic, Nahida is already that. Yee. Hello, Ella! You got distracted, but you're here. Welcome. Like, at this point, it's more stale than the bread in my kitchen that tastes like actual butter dipped in peanut butter. Oh, God. Yeah, no one wants to get punked on the same Statue of 7 again. Hi, Sakuya. Welcome to the stream, or Star the Sakuya flower. I keep calling you Sakuya, but your name's Star. There's so many quests about Farina being perfect, no flaws, pure, and lawful, so she just has to be polluted by forbidden knowledge or something. Yeah. Something's going on with Fontaine's environment, because we got the rain that's going to submerge the city. And then I also believe they said, like, something about the water, like, causes memories to wash away. Or something about the rain. But also water can hold memories. Which I find is very interesting because if you think about Irminsul, right? Yesterday I was talking about how the previous Hydro Archon probably has connections with Ruka Devata, Irminsul, and the moon. Because if you think about the world tree, like Yggdrasil, it's fed by these wells of the Norns. And even with Anahita, who Nahida probably is partially based on, because Nahida's name comes from that goddess. She's like the water goddess involved with, what is it? The waters from which all waters in the world are sourced from, essentially. But anyway, usually there's like a body of water that supplies water to the world tree. And if you think about Irminsul, what does it absorb with its roots, which are the ley lines? It absorbs memories, right? It goops up and slips and eats all the memories of everything in the world. That's what it absorbs in its roots. And also, I guess, elemental energy. What's up, Soleil? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Oh my god, the cyclical XP nature of Hoyo games is like using the same essay topic over and over again. I mean, yeah, it seems like that. According to some NPCs, the sky is gray from pollution and the water is very contaminated. And I'm just like, is this like a remnant? Okay, so do you think this is a remnant from the Cataclysm, or do you think this is happening because of the system Alain Guillotin, or whatever his name is, made, the Numa Wisa energy system, and do you think that's polluting it? Like all the water and stuff? Because if you think about it, if Fontaine is based partially on the Industrial Revolution, then it's because of like all the advancements and technology and everything is what polluted the environment. So would that be the same here in Fontaine? Also, the Oratrice is involved with that, right? Okay, so there is another idea, though, concerning the Oratrice, because Liney seems to think the key to this crisis is the Oratrice. By the way, I looked up the full name of the Oratrice, and the French translation is actually like she orator, like a female orator. And we know that the Oratrice has a consciousness. So is it a female consciousness within the Oratrice? But anyway, the indemnitum that the Oratrice produces, I don't know how long this system has been in place, but it seems like it's been in Fontaine for a while because they were facing an energy crisis. What is it, 400 years ago? I think that's what the live stream said. So that's around like 100 years shy of the, or 100 years after the Cataclysm. And if you think about what the Oratrice absorbs, it's the people's belief in justice, right? So do you think that people would have much belief in justice like post-Cataclysm? Like, I can see how they would have an energy crisis if their only source of power was from the Oratrice at that time. Like, before the, what's it called? Before the Numa Uisa system was put into place. So, like, we're facing that again. We're facing an energy crisis again. I wonder if people's belief in justice is waning, and that might be causing the energy crisis, especially if the Oratrice is involved with it. Actually, the Numa Uisa thing is kind of like nuclear fusion, and we know Hoyoverse is investing into nuclear reactors for energy generation. Interesting. Okay, this dark question, but what if someone says they kill people, they are guilty, die a guillotine thing that cuts off the head, or we at least see one? That would be interesting. It also is interesting 400 years is the date we got, since that's when, yeah, that's when things went down into Tarasuna with Scar and Mush and the other people, right? Or is it more like nuclear fission? I have no idea. I don't know that much about nuclear anything. If we see a guillotine and see somebody's head get chopped off, that would be interesting. Alright, but on a different subject, other than Fontaine's energy crisis, let's actually talk about 3.8. So you see this thing? This spindle? Here's the thing. Oh yeah, I keep calling it Numa and Uisa, but I should be calling it Archie. That's a lot easier to say, too. But you see this spindle? What do you think it represents? Do you think this had any significance? Remember that this is the last little thing we needed to do before fixing that thing. Do you think this has any significance? The Loom of Fate? Yes. Mm-hmm. Now let me ask you something. Does it remind you of anything else? Like a fairy tale? A very popular one? It does look like a projector for movies, too. but it looks a hell of a lot like a spindle. Sleeping Beauty. Yes. And I talked a little bit about this yesterday. The reason why Sleeping Beauty is important, first of all, well, the Grimm brothers weren't the ones who wrote the fairy tale. They just, they compiled it though. They basically took it from the original dude who wrote it, which was Charles Perrault, I think. I'm not pronouncing that correctly. But a lot of what they had came from the original French fairy tale. Though the Grimm brothers were obsessed with like compiling German-only fairy tales because there was this whole movement of nationalism associated with romanticism. But it's not important right now. That's not important right now. But a lot of people know that, or don't know rather, that the story tale actually has two different parts. So if you've seen Disney's version of it, like Disney's very altered version of it, they kind of only do like the first part of the fairy tale, and that's it. But the second part takes place after the prince and princess have married. They end up having 2 children. And one of the, well, no, excuse me, not one of. The mother of the prince turns out to be like this ogre thing. But of course, he doesn't know that at this time. And she also didn't know that the prince and princess ended up having kids. So at this point, she's the queen mother and her son is like the king and the princess is now a queen. But she's like pissed because these children exist. And she's also pissed at the princess. By the way, the names of the kids, the names of the fucking kids are Day and Dawn. Obviously the French is different, but they mean like day and dawn, I think. Or is it? Yeah, it's day and dawn. Which has very interesting implications because our twins are named after light. Daytime, that's when the sun is out, blah, blah, blah. So she basically orders the cook. The original story has... Okay, so there's different versions of the story, right? But Charles Perrault's story, which is probably what Hoyoverse is going to pull from because the Grimm brothers pulled from that, that doesn't involve the, you know, nasty bits. In fact, they don't even kiss. Like, the prince and princess don't even kiss to, like, wake up the princess. He, like, stares at her, and then she wakes up, and then they talk. So it's a lot less, scandalous. But in Charles Perrault's story, it's a lot less fucking weird. But yeah, they end up having kids. The ogre mother of the prince finds out. She orders the cook to basically serve the kids to her for dinner. The cook takes pity on the kids and like feeds her some bullshit. I think he feeds her like a goat and then something else. What is it, like a pig or something? Or a boar? I can't remember what the other animal is. And then when the princess, she orders the princess to be served to her as well, but the cook doesn't do that either. By the way, the princess thinks her kids are dead at this point, right? Because they just vanished and the cook was like keeping them safe somewhere. But they end up reuniting. The king finds out what his mother did and they end up serving her for dinner or something. They end up killing her. Now, why does that have significance to Genshin Impact? Just joined. What? Oh, we're talking about Sleeping Beauty. That's a Dionysus Phanes thing. So here's the thing. Why does this have any significance to what happened in the Veluriyam Mirage? So I talked about yesterday about horrible mothers and how there's a theme of that in like a lot of Hoyoverse's stuff, especially in, I think it will be a big theme in Genshin. Like whether you saw Jet, the thing between Jet and Matriarch Babel, blah, blah, blah. Here we are with another story about a prince and a princess who end up having kids that the mother doesn't like. She tries to consume them, but they're whisked away to safety. And then the mother ends up dying. Cut to what happened to the first Cely and the Traveler from Afar in Genshin Impact. And also what happened to our twins. And how that parallels with the story of Sleeping Beauty. Did you notice anything when you watched the play that was done, like right before this? Before you get the final part to fix this thing? Did you notice any similarities to the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies? Which is obviously based on Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, but that is another story which features a shitty mom trying to kill her own daughter. And yes, in the original version, it's actually her daughter and not her stepmother. But this story and the play that was shown, they have way too many weird similarities. If I can fucking find the book. Wait, am I looking in the right place? Oh, there it is. No, not Hex and Hound, though that's an important book too. But the play was also very similar in terms of girl and her people are running because a new regime happened. She ends up going into this forest. A thief comes along, helps her out, blah, 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 blah. But if you look at the play in the context of, for example, replace Idea with a Cely. Replace the thief with a traveler from afar, which I think in the play he is literally called, Kai is literally called a traveler from afar. And I talked about the Oceanids, and people have talked about before the Oceanids having connection to Cely anyway. Here's one other thing that also may connect them to the Cely based on a design choice by Hoyoverse. Well, Oceanids are based on sea angels, and so are Celys. Like, Hoyoverse used the same fucking animal as a basis for their individual designs. Do you find that really sus? Where the hell is this afar from anywhere? Anyway, so you have not, it doesn't sound like you've read anything about the first Cely and the Traveler from Afar. Or have you? Hello, welcome Midori to the stream. But a quick summary of that. Basically, there was the first Cely, and she fell in love with this Traveler from Afar. Sounds like he was an outlander, maybe even similar to the twins in that he was like an alien. But they end up falling in love, according to, again, this is like the fairy tale, or at least the tale that is being told to us in this game. They end up falling in love. It sounds like they marry as well in front of the Moon Sisters. And then disaster strikes like a month later. They end up trying to run. But the calamity catches up with them. And they end up losing their memories and other shit. Oh, you know the story. Where is the Traveler from Afar? Where's the Traveler from? Probably wherever the... I think he's wherever the fucking twin is from. Like Ether and Lumine. But if you look at this play in the context of that, the thief comes from the desert, right? And I've talked about before how the desert is supposed to be like an allegory for the abyss. Because if you look at Deshret, the similarities between Ermin, the dichotomy between a land barren of life, which is like Conria, versus a land filled with life, which could be arguably to that. I don't know, it just sounds like they're aliens. The traveler from afar is probably an alien like the twins. But that's all I could think about, like, during this play. And, okay, so obviously also the play is representative of Idia's flight from Fontaine, right? Her and her people, the Oceanids, had to run after a regime change, which was focalors coming in.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
And yeah, but that parallels so well with what we assume happened when the second who came entered the scene. There was war. We don't know who's currently up in the sky in Celestia right now. It could be the primordial one, it could be someone else, but that is a regime change if it's someone else, and I guarantee you that the primordial one is not currently running things right now. And then if you also consider what else happened in this place, they talked about this entire place like turning upside down. It's like the world turned upside down. Those are the exact words used to describe what happened when the second who came arrived and that war happened.
Holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion.
Did y'all notice that? Also, let me ask you one more question. What was the thing that powered this place? What was the item that powered this place? What did it end up looking like, and what was its story? Can anyone guess? Does anybody remember? It's the clam thing with a pearl inside of it, correct. Where have you seen a clam with a pearl inside of it? Where? Yes, the Shinro casket, the wishing clam. Where have you seen that before? The battle pass, the Gnostic chorus. Also, it was said that the Shinro casket was made from the remains of a dead yokai. You think that has any implications for what the Genesis Pearl might be? I said yesterday that I thought the Genesis Pearl might be Paimon. Like the operator of the domain, the thing that keeps a domain running. If you think of this entire place as Teyvat, or synonymous with Teyvat, and we've talked about this before, I've talked about this in my videos before, about Teyvat being a domain of consciousness where wishes can come true, everything's like manipulated by consciousness, you can make shit appear, blah, 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 blah. It's all just very... This was just all very interesting to me when I played through this. I'm also kind of wondering what Alice's role is now, and if she was there. And by there, I mean, if she has something to do with the first Cely and the Traveler from Afar. I have no fucking idea. My thoughts are like all over the place. Yeah, the Pearl is how you rewrite the world and make new laws, as it were. Yeah. It's just all very strange. Also, it's kind of funny that they chose Kokomi to be the one to like hold it and everything. Also, and the reason I say that is because she has like a lot of dragon motifs, right? And I believe in, what was it? One of the books for Enkanomiya, before you actually go to Enkanomiya, that talks about Aberaku and the Sun Child. But Aberaku the Sage, he describes dragons and snakes being kin, and then You remember the battle pass in the Gnostic Chorus that the clam with the pearl in it has a snake around it? So I think that's funny. I think that's actually hilarious. Wait, who is the primordial one? Child, I have no idea. I think there were two though. But we're gonna talk about that in a video. But anyway, if any of that made sense. Oh, I didn't even tell you the best part of this, and the whole reason behind why Sleeping Beauty is very important. Because if you think about the tale of a prince and princess, right? And let's say those princes and princesses, or the prince and princess is the first Cely and the traveler from afar. We know they got cursed. We know they lost their memories and they were separated from each other. To what capacity, we don't know. Maybe she's asleep, right? The princess. The reason I say that she's asleep in some kind of way is because we're also getting more and more stories about a princess dealing with dreams and being asleep. Like, I think one of the artifact sets, the new ones, not the ones in Fontaine, but the ones that we just got. Oh God, all that thunder. Talks about a princess and a dragon, and a princess sleeping inside of a castle. The dragon can't get to her because she's dreaming or some shit, if you guys remember that story. If you've even read it. And you can clarify if you have, because I barely recall it. Then there was also that shit with Fischl, right? And the play on Fischl's Island about a princess and a dragon who eats dreams. It all just feels very similar. It all just feels very important. It's Timmy. I mean, maybe. What if the BP snake is the Ouroboros, the other snake god of Watatsumi, and that pearl holds the power to change fate? I mean, I believe that, yeah, to be honest. Nymph's Dream, thank you. That shit. Alice sounded like an admin from how she talked during, I think it was the Travelers Collected Miscellany. Yeah, like, Alice is so interesting. And if you think about her in the context of the story that happened here, she's the one that gave Idea the bottle. You know, the bottle that has a world inside of it, where wishes can come true. I really just wonder what Alice's potential role is with, like, the entire freaking world. But, like, the concept of a bad mother and a daughter, right? Do you think that the first Cely is the daughter of a moon sister?
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
In the same way that the Jinn are the children of the goddess of flowers, except maybe not in a more violent way. That was kind of violent. They came from her blood or something. But I mean, like, a moon sister's daughter. And if we think about the moon sisters, I talked about this in Paimon's True Identity, but it seems like the moon sisters may be based on the maiden mother and crone archetype. In other words, one of the moon sisters might represent a mother. A bad mother, I think. A stepmom. I know that probably doesn't make any sense. But I promise you it does. All I'm gonna say is think about the sustainer of heavenly principles for a little bit. Just think about that for a while and what she really is. Or what she might be. And who might be pulling her strings. Or maybe the actual sustainer's not the person that we see.
But a momentary distraction.
So are we connecting this to Snow White or Cinderella? I mean, no, it's not Cinderella, but Snow White and Sleeping Beauty. Both stories have bad moms. Yeah. You know what's interesting? I mentioned Jet and Matriarch Babel. First of all, Matriarch Babel. There are colors on Matriarch Babel that are crimson. I wonder why they made that choice. They could have chosen any other NPC design, but they chose to name her Matriarch Babel. Babel being associated with the Tower of Babel that, you know, God destroys in the Bible. Which is kind of interesting because in Genshin, there is this, at least on, what are they called? The welcome screens? Or like the loading screens, where you get those little notes. One of them talks about kings and priests building towers to the heavens. But then we also know that the primordial one allegedly sent down the nails, right? I just find it really interesting that Hoyoverse would make a choice to name an NPC Matriarch Babel, choose to have interesting design choices that kind of to me remind me of the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles. And then there's also the theme of her being a bad mother because she quote-unquote adopted Jet into her tribe. And if you think about Jet,
Human life is like the dew at dawn.
what is her father's name?
Through water. Transitory.
What's Jet's father's name? Does anybody remember? Does this mean Istaroth is a Cecilia XP? Oh, 10,000%. Yes, Jabrail. Now, what does Jabrail mean? What is another way to say this? How is that name said in English? Gabriel. And what is Gabriel? One of the archangels of God. Also, his main rival is named Samael, right? Very close to Samael, who in some contexts, some people rather, perceive him as Satan, though they're technically different. But there are some contexts where Satan and him are interchangeable. I say all of that because I think they're very intentional with how they frame their stories and side quests and such. They name things in a certain way. They design things in a certain way. In order to... What is this? Oh, I have to kill these things. In order to convey a message, in order to foreshadow, in order to tell us something about maybe something that happened in the past. But doesn't that remind you of the whole Gabriel Samael thing? Doesn't that remind you of the Four Shades? Since, you know, the primordial one should be analogous to God, and his shades may be the archangels. Now, why would they choose... Oh, and I can even go further with this. I said yesterday that there might be two primordial ones, that they were a husband and wife, a sun and a moon. What does the moon usually represent? Especially in this game. What do the Celys do? What was their job? What was the Celys' job? Their original purpose? To guide, to provide wisdom, right? Let me ask you this. In all of the examples that we've seen of a sun and moon, have you noticed anything about the pairing? It seems like the sun is more blazing, more of a conqueror, more of a warrior, more of like the bronze. Meanwhile, the moon examples are the brains. So in the case of Deshret and the Goddess of Flowers, Deshret is the sun, the Goddess of Flowers is the moon. She was the one that ultimately provided him knowledge, forbidden knowledge, that he couldn't otherwise access without her help. And she provided other knowledge as well about the origins of the world, like the Staff of the Scarlet Sands talks about him hearing the story of the sun and the moons and how the world was created. He gets all of that from her. In the case of Ormazd in Lilupar, who I argue is yet another sun and moon, I've talked about yesterday Ormazd's similarities to the Travelers. Lilupar compares him to the Traveler. Ormazd is the god, the main god of the Zoroastrian religion, which arguably should be analogous to the primordial one. Interesting that they named him that. And then Lilupar is a moon for obvious reasons. The Jinn are the descendants of the Cely, who are very involved with the moon. That is yet another situation where the moon provides the sun with knowledge to help him conquer. Even if you look at Jet's situation with her parents, her dad was the bronze, and her mother was a researcher from the academia. She was really smart. And then A as well. She was a fighter, but Makoto, who arguably has moon connections, again, she has that Istaroth tie. She was also more of the laid back, well, not laid back, but the wiser, kinder one. Meanwhile, A was the fighter.
Applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all.
I think they do this so... They have a lot of examples of this, and it just keeps popping up everywhere. It just feels... And Zhongli and Guizhong as well. Zhongli has sun associations, arguably. He has associations with the color gold. Guizhong was known for her wisdom, and she also has some very interesting, almost Cely-like tendencies that people have pointed out before. Oh, what's up, Magikarp? Welcome to the stream. And then there's Venti and Istaroth, who I'd argue Venti could either be the sun or moon, but I'd argue he's a sun. Because I think he's probably like a traveler from afar. Or like Istaroth's child, like literal child. And I'm not just talking like about a thread of her, like her child. Her like baby that she had with the primordial one. Probably a set of twins. They probably had a set of twins, I think. Just like Ether and Lumine. And I think the other twin might be Fischl. And maybe Ether and Lumine are their babies. I have no idea. At this point, I'm spewing a lot.
Don't let any of it...
Oh, I need to get rid of artifacts. I hate when this happens. I absolutely despise when this happens. But anyway. Anyway, that was a preview for the next 3 Sun and Moon videos. But everything will be organized a lot better instead of me just like spewing shit randomly. Hi, new Onion video win next week. And welcome to the stream. This next video is gonna be Conria's true identity. Alhaitham is paired with Kaveh, not Nilou thematically, but in a way, Alhaitham is the moon, and Kaveh is the sun. And like, Nilou's not really, she's not really a moon. She's just, her design is just like based on the goddess of flowers, but other than that, she doesn't really seem to have any other moon associations. Please look up the Veluriyam Mirage mural. What does that look like? True identity in what sense? Is it a country or something else? Like, the pure-blooded line's true origins. And why the fuck they're seemingly special? Why were they deemed the greater sinners? Like, why? It just seems so odd. How do I open this? I'm assuming it has to do with this. Oh. Yep. Now open the bubble. Yeah, she's like cosplaying someone related to the moon. Oh, they actually did give drops. I thought they didn't. Like, one of them definitely didn't. Nilou lore reveal coming in 4.5 trust. Perhaps they were doing some unethical experiments on certain swaths of the population. Maybe. Or maybe it's because they have traitorous blood. You know, I had read that a translation for Conria, like the name Conria, was traitor to the wind, or traitor of the wind. That's an interesting interpretation because, number one, we know the wind. Who's the wind in this fucking game? Fucking Istaroth. Fucking Istaroth, a shade of the primordial one. That we know of. But traitor implies that you were working with someone, right? Like, in order to be a traitor, you have to have been an ally first, right? And that's all I'm gonna say right now. Wait, hold on, guys. Sorry, I got a text. Oh, I'm literally supposed to be doing a time trial right now, but this text is more important.
Whatever.
Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. Candace and Dia too. Yes, Candace and Dia. That is another situation. Though both of them are kind of warriors. And also Candace arguably is supposed to be the sun and the moon. Like a combination of them. Wait. Oh. There was nothing special in that. Oh, there it is. A traitor is someone that betrays a friend, a cause, or a principle. Like the heavenly principles. Yeah. But like, isn't that so strange that they would be called that? Like, what is their past? What did they do in the past, if anything? And maybe because of their past transgressions, they were regarded as the greater sinners. Then you want to think about the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies, which is Snow White and the Six Dwarves everywhere else. Aren't there a lot of Conrians named after dwarves? But also dragons? Where the fuck is this? Where is this? Is it on top? I feel like I missed one. I missed the one I was flying to, I think. Oh, it's further up. Okay. Shit. When in doubt, venti out.
Brace yourself.
There you are. Ooh, what's this barrel? Can I destroy it? Probably not, actually. Oh. A carrot? That's useless. Maybe they followed specific rules, but after insert event here happened, they chose to not follow those rules anymore. Hence, they are branded as traitors. Dragons are not dwarves, they are short kings. Oh my goodness. They were doing forbidden research. The academia also has rules that you cannot break. Right. And we also know the art of Caelia, which creates life, was involved in Conria's demise. But at the same time, that doesn't justify, or that doesn't really explain why the pure-blooded Conrians would be punished with immortality, and then everyone who was like of mixed blood or just straight up from to that was cursed with being turned into hilly churls. Like, that still doesn't explain it. It's really odd. So if you think about, like I've been saying a lot, if the desert is supposed to be representative of Conria, or like the peoples who live in the abyss, let's just say that for now, they hated Rukkhadevata, right? They hated her. They considered her to be a traitor. But Rukkhadevata actually helped Ermin contain the forbidden knowledge crisis. So it was all a misunderstanding. But the academia is the one who caused this misunderstanding. Because they wanted to treat the desert folk like trash. They were discriminating. Now, if you remember at the end of my video for Nahida and Rukkhadevata, I showed you the manga panel that was like designed the exact same way as Nahida's trailer. You know what? We're gonna fucking look at this. We're gonna look at this right now. And then we're also gonna look up that mural that you guys keep telling me to look up. First of all, I'm gonna turn down the volume on this. Give me 1 second. We're gonna switch over real quick. Can y'all hear me? What am I looking for? Nahida, happy birthday, Nahida. That's what I'm looking for. And then I'm also looking for the Genshin manga. I think it's in, well, obviously it's in the prologue. It has to be. I can't remember which specific page. No, too far. She asks Venti about this like really early on, right? If you guys have read the manga. This begs the question, since Hilichurls have been for longer than the Conrians, which implies that other civilizations were transformed with the beast cursed. Yeah. And the question is, like, when were they transformed and why? Does that mean there are other immortality cursed beings? Possibly. I thought the Pari quest was pretty straightforward, with them breaking rules by opening portals beyond the firmament. And then also they had a bunch of notes about finding the truth. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, Celestia is just doing eugenics, right? Wait, which side quest is it? So I can do it. Ah, okay, here we go. Here we go. So, we're gonna switch over really quick to the internet. Yes, this one. All right, so this is the manga panel that Venti, he's like thinking of the agents of Celestia because Vanessa asks him about Celestia, and that's what he thinks of. Now, cut to Nahida's trailer. You have this red, like the exact same red. And then you have her out in gray, but then the academia comes. And they're in this darker gray color that is the exact same as these people are depicted. The takeaway here, at least the one that I'm choosing to take away, is that we are supposed to think of these guys like we should be thinking about the academia. And if we think about the academia, they're awful, right? They are horrible. The sages were awful. And they were really running the show. Nahida wasn't. She was just kind of letting them do whatever. Funnily enough, this theme is also present in Inazuma because A did not like enact the vision decree at all. She had nothing to do with what the Fatui were doing. She just allowed it because it didn't contrast with her view of eternity. But again, it was like an organization doing it and a governmental body who was accomplices with that. Same thing with Nahida and the academia. So going back to the analogy that the desert is actually supposed to represent Conria and the forests of Sumeru are actually supposed to represent to that, and we have this misunderstanding between the desert folk and then the people in the rainforest, I wonder what that could tell us, if anything, about the relationship between Conria and Celestia. I wonder why Venti looks distressed when thinking of those people. I think it's because they're pieces of shit. I think it's because they're awful. And then you think about what the academia did with trapping everybody in Sumeru within a samsara, successive samsaras. And then you think about Celestia lording over the land, determining people's fates with Irminsul, probably. The parallels are very interesting there. Another thing about the academia is that the reason it was established for good, but somewhere along the way they lost their way. Yes. Could the same thing have happened with Celestia? I think so. I think when the second who came arrived, something happened with the regime, and these people are actually the ones in power. These people are the real enemy. The true Genshin allegory was the imperialism of Phanes and later Celestia of the indigenous people. Conrian's dragon people making more sense. I mean, thousands of years are like with Makoto's tree people like us believe that they've been here for that long. Anyway, I'm thinking right now, at least, these people are really the ones we need to be worried about. But at the same time, if we think about Honkai Star Rail, right, and what happened with Belobog, in a similar way, Caelia closed off the way to the underworld, right? Therefore trapping the people down there. And I think in the original story that they were going for in Belobog, like the conditions in the underworld were supposed to be so much worse. And Geomero was supposed to be toxic. There were a lot of elements they didn't end up adding into the story. But I find that that's really similar to what we're supposed to believe about the Abyss. It being a toxic place. It being a place without life. I don't know. These are the things I think about when I see certain things. Do you think Albedo's constellations hint at the second who came winning? I don't know. Here's the thing about the second who came. Do y'all think the second who came won? Or do you think he lost? Well, I say he. Do you think they lost? I kind of think this was all an inside job, if I'm going to be very honest with you. Also, I think the first Cely and the Traveler from Afar probably had something to do with the second who came. Which is why they end up getting punished. Because why would they need to be punished? Like, what changed between the 30 days of them getting married and then when the disaster that happened to the Moon Sisters happened, which we think may align with the second who came. Maybe. It all seems to match up. Yeah, they don't ever give us obviously they don't ever be straightforward with anything. They give us very small bits and pieces of information. You think they won? I kind of feel like the second who came is Nibelung, returning, somehow changed by abyssal corruption. See, I don't know about that. I don't know if he is the second who came. Or if he is. We're going to talk about it in this video because I'm going to make an argument. But, like, I just find it to be odd that he would be considered an outlander. Or they. I keep saying he. They. We don't know what Nibelung's gender is. And they do refer to the female characters in this game by male titles like Lord and King. So to be honest, we don't know. Or they could be genderless. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know if Nibelung is the second who came. I question that. Because I just find it odd that they would suddenly consider him to be a foreign entity. And I get it, like, he went into the abyss, got the forbidden knowledge, and then came back, presumably, right? But, like, if we compare it to, like, the Abyss Order, we know those are humans, right? That have been corrupted by abyssal power. But are they considered to be foreign entities? Actually, I think they are. Oh, Braxophone uploaded something. Arlecchino's title is father. What the fuck? I mean, okay. Nibelung's gonna be a Notlon trust. I mean, I'll believe that. I think there's something about the Abyss that changes you completely and without possibility of reversal. Yeah, there is that. But, like, does that make you suddenly... I mean, ugh, okay. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. All right, back to this. Let's turn back up the volume. How am I supposed to get up to this? Oh, this would be a thing to do. All right. I believe, Rena, you said it was on the southern... It was near the waterfall. Wasn't that dude, when we came in here, screaming about that or something? So where do I need to go for that side quest? Here? Or here? Oh, I haven't even gone over here. South under the mountain. So this is where we need to go. I'm gonna assume. What the fuck? What is this?
Be still.
Uh-oh. I like the moon is behind Venti's. Yeah. I agree with that. Venti is very angelic and bird-like and heavenly. Yeah, we can't know without pronouns, right? Because the male pronouns are very interchangeable in this game. What am I supposed to... Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, okay, I'm supposed to go up here. I actually like these little dudes. They're cute. Where? Okay. Oh, it's on cooldown.
Be still.
Okay, now we can continue.
All yours, should you have any use for them.
Should I have... Oh, okay, let's take this inside. Oh god, but before we do that, gotta do another hydro thingy. Or do we have to do this in a specific order? That would be so annoying. What? Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're gonna do it in a sec. Okay, yeah, we do have to do it in like a time limit. Okay, what was the order? This one, that one, that one, and then this one, and then that one. Okay, I can remember that. Oh no, do I have to hit these all again to get them to reset? Fuck. Alright, we need a different Hydro character, because I can't wait for the cooldowns. A lot of bussy work in this event? Yeah, seemed like it. Kokomi.
Take heart. Victor.
Alright, so this one, this one, this one, this one, and then the other one. Perfect.
So this is the thrill of adventure.
Alright, let's take the little train in here. Oh, look at me flexing level 1 Kokomi, right? This is her in her most powerful form. Yeah, these puzzles are... Oh, wait. Okay, now I remember how to play this. Ooh. A Cely-like domain.
Here you are.
All right. Okay. Now okay, we go up here, and what do we do? Wait, hold on. Ah! Ooh. Alright, so we have to put everything in its proper place. Correct? And we need the cart, from what it sounds like. But how do we get the cart? This is a nice puzzle area. It looks pretty. Did you finish the whole story of this event? Yes, I did. I like the puzzles here, but I like the ones last year more. I like them hard. Yeah, the last Golden Apple Archipelago was really interesting. Like, all the dreamscapes were pretty cool. So what is this mural gonna look like when we're done?
Don't let any of it roll away.
Uh-oh. Okay, a great artist must leave something behind for the future. I, Guy Verhakt. Verhakt? I don't know how to say that. Am confident that one day people will compete just to read my ideation notes. Okay, all the troubles I've been dealing with. I see the promise in the youngsters at the Darshan. They just do whatever their teachers say and never take the time to consider what where the future of art lies. And those teachers are an arrogant lot. Their trust in nothing but their old experiences leaves them unable to adapt, let alone expect them to have the insight to learn new things and expand their horizons. A falling out with them was inevitable. What's the worst? Okay, what is this about? Okay, this dude's obsessed with art and beauty. He wants to travel around the world to gain different experiences of beauty and find that which unites them. So he sets out on a journey. So clearly this dude came here. Oh, he tells you Idea is an oceanid. Or an oceanid. Guy ended up here after burnout thanks to the academia. Makes sense. By the way, that song that we heard when riding the cart is a remix of Cassian's Come Rolling Along. I don't think I've ever heard that song. Yeah, what happened to this guy? Alright, let's ride the choo-choo train. Oh, you found out she was an Oceanid by coming here first? Interesting. Alright, little dude, get to work. Oh, it was a song used in World War I? That's interesting that they chose to use that song. This guy's IRL counterpart made paintings of the Tower of Babel.
Wait. Huh?
Okay, maybe I should be paying more attention to this then.
Whatever.
They use this. Okay, maybe I should be paying more attention to this. What am I supposed to do? Okay, that's already, you know, situated. So now I'm assuming I gotta... Oh. Let me in. Is there like a crack or somewhere that I can get into? I guess not. Alright, we're gonna move on to this thing then. Because I see some tracks leading back there.
Time for takeoff.
Ah! The power of Kokomi. She did all that work. Okay, this is the second one. It does not make sense. There must be something wrong. I admit that I have encountered some extraordinary artists ever since I left the studio. They can surpass the masters even without using any particularly famous technique. All too aware that my works are not yet the equal of those created by my stubborn teachers, nor would I be able to debate the literati who critique art. Okay. Wow, this dude's kind of an asshole. He's like really arrogant. He reminds me of, well, I won't go that far, but like, you remember that NPC Tier Maz or whatever? The one from the desert? He got on my last fucking nerve. I've heard it said that you can encounter a wondrous fairy that can make wishes come true in the Sumeru Desert. Oh, by the way, also, that's another little interesting parallel to, like, the world of Tevat. Because if you think about what Tevat is, it is the world in the bottle. It is the Bottleland. And if the desert is synonymous with the abyss, then it makes sense, because Tevat is, like, somewhere in the abyss, right? But it's like this closed off world. And I say it's somewhere in the abyss, but protected, because we don't know what the fuck else there is except for the 3 different realms, right? The light realm, the void realm, which is the abyss, and then the human realm, which is presumably Tevat. But what the fuck else is there? Like, it seems like everything outside of Tevat is just the abyss. Anyway, so he's in need of funds. So he decided to come here to get his wish granted, essentially. All right. Okay, so yeah, what happened when he came here? And why didn't we see an eidolon of this guy? Or whatever the little memory things were. Okay. Alright, that's for easy transportation. Aha, this is what I'm looking for. Ooh, I see a little thingy in there. It's almost like Tevat is a little bubble being protected in an otherwise hostile pool of water. It's interesting that you say that, because do you guys remember what Scaramouche says about moments? He was talking about like them being like bubbles on the surface of water. The more you stretch out a moment, the more fragile it gets. And if you think about Tevat, and the whole concept of Inazuma was about eternity, right? And Dainsleif tells us in the meantime of a perpetual eternity.
Wait.
Or sheltered eternity. He says sheltered eternity, doesn't he? Anyway, one is content to live and not to dream.
Whatever.
And then we have, again, like I said, the academia might be synonymous with Celestia's little overlords, that we should be thinking about the overlords in the same way we think about the academia. They trapped everybody in a dream. Isn't that like extending a moment? One day that repeats over and over. It's a samsara. There's also this book, which we're gonna talk about. I think when did I schedule this book to be talked about? I think it was within Dainsleif's video, but I guess we could talk about it when we talk about Conria, because I think this book is about Conria. But it's the book that Xingqiu wrote. Isn't it like A Legend of Sword? Where is that? This isn't the one. That's a different book. I feel like I'm literally oh, here it is. There's a similar line to bubbles on the surface of water as well. I think it's like when they describe I swear to God, it's somewhere in here. Wait. It might be in one of the volume descriptions, but that's not on here. Which is unfortunate. Everything that is not understood is the abyss. At least that is what I got from the Kari Bear quest, because they thought the Traveler was the abyss. That's true too. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna find it. A Legend of Sword. I'm just gonna look it up on the wiki. Oh, fucking whatever. I don't care. I'll find it later. Let's get back to this side quest. Ooh, what's down here? The imaginary tree creates bubble worlds too, so there must be a correlation there. Yeah, that's interesting to think about as well. Oh. There you go, you're free. Oh shit, it's leaving without us. Oh no, okay, it stopped. Alright, looking back now, I was indeed short-sighted. After spending several months in the desert, I ran out of Mora and began to question the existence of the fairy. Coarse words even escaped my lips. The benevolent and powerful fairy in the legend does exist. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, there it is. There's that line y'all are talking about. Hold up, in Honkaiverse, bubble universes that are scheduled to be destroyed fall from the tree and float in the sea of Quanta till they die. Is Tevat a fallen world desperately being kept alive by Phanes? Possibly. But like, at the same time, where did the primordial one come from? Where the hell did they come from? But I don't know if they're gonna go that route, because that would like implicitly apply, like that would tie it even more to Honkai Impact. I'm not sure if they're gonna do something unique, kind of like how it's kind of unique in Star Rail that it's not really the quote-unquote Honkai that's causing the issue, it's Nanook and Eon. So I'm wondering if there's gonna be like a unique spin on the world of Tevat. Where did anyone come from? That's a good question. Also, before we read this, so again, if we think of Bottleland as Tevat, a world in a bottle, and then you think about like travelers came in here, right? And then they ended up leaving, but they left a piece of themselves behind, which end up shaping this Bottleland, right? And give its power. So it just makes me wonder if everyone in here is kind of like similar to the Elysian Realm, where the people in the Elysian Realm are like, what is the right word for it? I almost want to say like after images of the 13 Flame Chasers. Like they're just imprints of their memory, preserved in the Elysian Realm, but in like an interactable way. Kind of like here, right? We can interact with these memory things. They're very real, but only within the confines of this bottle. So it just makes me wonder if there's like then it also makes me think of Vera's Melancholy, which low-key like referenced to that. in this one land, line, I believe on the other side of the starry sea there is a planet inhabited by gods who can answer all prayers and wishes, which is kind of like Tevat. We have a set of gods who are supposed to fulfill wishes. That's what Dottore told us, that an Archon's, you know, purpose is. The Cely were also kind of like that too. They're kind of like genies in a bottle, if you want to think of it that way, which I think someone said earlier on my Twitter. And they were right. And everyone bearing a wish, again, a similar thing to this event, where we're doing a side quest about a dude who wanted to come here looking for his wish to be fulfilled. So if we take this line to be somewhat literal and apply it to Tevat, then Tevat is like a planet somewhere in some universe, maybe in the middle of a destroyed universe, like you guys, you know, that like we're thinking, like somewhere in the Sea of Quanta or something like that, that people of that universe are on a journey to get to this place. But currently the world is closed, because the primordial one probably kind of did that. Kind of like how A closed off the country and prevented Outlanders from coming in, but then opened it back up. Does this make any sense, or I'm just rambling at this point? So you're saying Tevat could be something similar. I'm saying Tevat could be similar to this and to Bottleland. That it's like a world inside of an abyss. Eidolons are made by the drive of the person to do this thing they created, and they want to keep pursuing it eternally in the bottle. Yeah. An Eidolon is a shade of a person, so it makes me wonder, like, what everybody in the world of Tevat is. Vera's melancholy fits more with Star Rail, but at the same time, it doesn't, because is there a planet like that in Star Rail? So they are looking for the Dragon Balls to make a wish? Kinda. People were using Kaveh as an example of someone who did work in a bottle that he felt was finished and didn't leave a shade behind. That is interesting, yeah. So he already achieved his dream and therefore didn't need a shade. If that's what you're saying, which is interesting. But why would Archons be there just to fulfill wishes? There must be a catch there. Okay, okay, think about it like this. If you think about the primordial one, humans are the most cherished creation of the primordial one. And they gave them every want and need in the year of Jubilee, and the period where everything was great. The heavens were in regular communications with humans, and they didn't want for anything. So to me, it isn't surprising that an Archon's role would be to fulfill wishes, because it seems like the primordial one cherishes humanity, and they are like a main focus. Well, something must have happened, though, to change that a little bit. I mean, even Apep references that, because they call humanity and maybe even the gods the precious to the heavenly principles. I mean, that's how Lan worked when he lived with the Vidyara. It was Lan dying that turned the world, that bent to their every wish, that made them leave that sea world. Yeah. But that's also funny, because Tevat is a world that was ruled, we talked about this earlier, a world that was ruled by dragons. And also Teyvat might be underwater. The parallels there are interesting. I don't know what Teyvat is at the end of the day. There's just so many things it could be. Wait, where is that? Oh no. Wait, I have to finish reading this. Okay, so he was able to basically practice his skills endlessly without a need for money or anything. And he turns out he likes the people here. He likes the water eidolons. The question is he going to stay in the dream or is he going to leave eventually? Teyvat is the Ark, which is a boat, therefore the Xianzhou Luofu. That's interesting. That's true, yeah. The boat on an ocean world. Because if Teyvat is Noah's Ark, then I mean the Ark was floating on a world that was flooded by God.
We should make the most of these supplies.
Alright, where are you leading us to now, little guy? Oh. What? Mother... I can't get through that. Alright, up and over we go. Ah, crap. Oh, a chest. Let me get this.
Provisions are vital.
So by leaving their nations in the hands of humans, both Venti and Zhongli aren't doing what they were originally supposed to do. Yeah, they're supposed to be they're basically supposed to be doing what the Cely were doing. They're like replacements for the Cely. They were supposed to be guiding humanity. And now they're not doing that. They gave the power into the hands of the people. But honestly, the people are the ones who really hold the power. And we've talked about dreams and wishes and faith giving power to gods. And also maybe shaping Teyvat's world. And if you think about it, again, with the analogy between Bottleland and Teyvat... Shut up, Kokomi. Kokomi, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. I don't give a shit about fish. Shut up. If you think about Bottleland... what fuels this place and gives it oh god, you know what I'm saying, gives it its power was the people who left behind gifts. They ended up becoming very integral to this place because we needed those gifts from those people in order to, you know, get the Shinkuro? Shinro. There we go. Shinro casket. And each section in this mirage was formed because of the memories of one of those travelers that visited here. So it's like Venti and Zhongli left power in the hands of humanity, because I think that's going to be the main point of this game. Just like it was in Sumeru, when Nahida combined all of the knowledge of humanity in order to beat Scaramouche, who had become a god. Or what Deshret was trying to do with making humanity the king of kings by making them into a hive mind.
Hardship, you must prepare for hardship.
They just love this theme, right? Humans are the real power with imagination. That's what I think they're going for. Dottore uses a very specific turn of phrase about an Archon's job when talking to Nahida. Something like an Archon's duty is to grant that what is demanded of the Seeker. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like granting a wish. Like a genie in the bottle. Like Idea does. Like maybe Istaroth is doing. Oh, there's still one fucking... Oh, God. There we go. Oop. Alright, little dude, where to now? Where are we? Oh, I should probably switch. All right. But now do you guys see like why I put so much emphasis in symbolism? It just seems to be so deliberate that I don't think we should be like ignoring any of it. It all feels like it has significance. And I know sometimes it may just seem like, oh, well, it's not really credible because there isn't like concrete proof. But I just think these are really fun ideas to think about. And I do think they have some credence, some at least value, even if it doesn't turn out to be exactly the way, you know, we might interpret it. I mean, what is the universe but an endless ocean? Exactly. And I mean, even in Honkai, I think, especially in Star Rail, like space is referred to as a sea. Like a sea of stars. It's just all very interesting. Do you remember the topic of the last chapter of Part 1 in Honkai Impact 3rd? Are the Archons finally trying to force the Age of Humans and Ascension by making the humans grow up from their childhood to avoid finality? Again, so this is tying back to Vera's melancholy, because there are talks about humanity growing up from their childhood. As well as Ike apologizing to Vera and Saki for depriving them of their childhood. So for Honkai Impact 3rd to like do that, also in the middle of Sumeru, which was heavily based on dreams and taking dreams of people, which is essentially what Project Stigma did. It like trapped everybody in like a perpetual dream. It's just it feels very important. And if the finality is destruction, then think about it in terms of Teyvat. Like we talked about, this is supposed to be a sheltered eternity. Extending a moment into infinity, delaying the inevitable. And I've said before that forbidden knowledge, I think I've said before on a stream, the R&R called the Marana, which is forbidden knowledge, they called it the memory of death. So like, what if you were able to create a world where no one died? Or the horrible universe-ending event didn't happen, but you were unable to prevent people from remembering what happened, i.e. that everything did die. What if that is the forbidden knowledge? If knowledge, like Ruka Devada and Nahida were saying, if knowledge is the ultimate fate, then what is forbidden knowledge? Forbidden knowledge must be a fate that we're not supposed to accept, that the world is supposed to reject, and maybe that is death.
Lately. I guess.
And earlier today, when I talked about the Garden of Remembrance, right, when we were doing the Star Rail ship, and how I was saying that one messenger Or is it the Garden of Recollection? It's something. You know what I'm talking about, Star Rail players. How she does say that a universe can continue to exist in memories. Well, like, if you remember death, then it's always going to be threatened. Right? Unless you were able to keep that out. Keep the knowledge of the real, true world and what happened. Onion, this is getting too philosophical. Well, Hoyoverse loves philosophy and abstract concepts. But yeah, it is getting too philosophical. These are just thoughts that I've had about the true nature of Tevat. The primordial god made humans. Would Conrians be the first humans who then sinned and needed to die so other humans could be cleansed of the original sin? Then the gods are to keep us happy to prevent us from sinning again. That's an interesting thought. They could very well be God's promised people or the first people. From the original from the original civilization. Do you remember the top? Okay, I already read that. And on the topic of a bad mother, Celestia preventing human ascension is a selfish mother keeping us forever children. Yep. That is a good way to look at that. The Shinro casket works by accumulating Shinki, which is basically people's prayers and dreams, so yeah, that makes sense. The question is, does Tevat have a core too? One that is powered by wishes? So like I was saying earlier, the Shinro casket looks a hell of a lot like the way the Genesis Pearl was presented in the Gnostic Chorus. So I'm wondering if the Genesis Pearl is the core. And Edea is supposed to be like the caretaker. And if you look at what happened with that, she ends up turning into her original form, which is an Oceanid, right? But before, she was just a human in disguise. I'm wondering if something similar will happen with Paimon. I'm like, what if she is in some way like the Genesis Pearl? Or it's something else. But I do think, like, Edea is supposed to be analogous to Istaroth, who may, like, be this Tevat's caretaker, like the domain watcher. If you guys remember 1.8, the analogy that I used. Okay. Wait, how do we get over there? Oh, over there. That would make sense. This is where we need to go. Well, I can't blame them. It's a good message. Yeah. Yeah, Hoyoverse. We'll see what they end up doing. Also, Ashikai pointed out that for a pawn to ascend to a higher place, it needs to promote 6 times, and we need to ascend our characters 6 times. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's really fucking funny. I go back again to Traveler as Witness, which came up parallel to Yep, Sue and May talking about that. It all connects. It's all connected. Kingdom Hearts reconnect. Or reconnect Kingdom Hearts, that's how you should say that. This world is connected, tied to the darkness. Oh, I was like, why can't I read this? So this should be number 4, right? Yes. Thanks to the companionship and help of the Hydro Eidolons, I've finished my first piece of work despite bumbling along quite a bit. But the passage of time and the changes in the environment of the Mirage itself, even displacement, I must admit that in truth, this is the work I put the most effort into. Speaking of the Mirage, BT dubs, do you guys remember when Edea said there aren't any ley lines in here? It just makes me wonder if this place is immune to Irminsul changes because it has no ley lines. Kind of like how A was inside, like if you think about like A, and she wasn't affected by what was presumably an Irminsul change, or at least we think it might be, could have been something else with the Sacred Sakura, but like everybody was like, oh, the Sacred Sakura's always been here, and she's like, no the fuck it hasn't. The fuck are you talking about? So the question is, why wasn't her memory altered at that moment? I've heard ideas that it's because she was in Conria. And I'm like, now that we got like that research lab or whatever in Sumeru, I'm kind of like, yeah, maybe, because if you guys remember reading the notes about people turning into hilly churls, they like turned as they were going up into that. But all of them ended up turning. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think she avoided that because she was in Conria. Because even in Conria, Irminsul's roots should be like in the Abyss. At least that we think. It should be somewhere in the Abyss. And the little leaf thing that we get, the silver twig from Ruka Devata that we get, also implies that Conria was built on Irminsul's roots. So I don't know if it would be immune to leyline or Irminsul alterations. My own explanation is because, well, A was inside of Makoto's realm of consciousness. She was inside of it when she talked to her sister for the final time. If you guys remember what she said she did. She was like, yeah, she was dying and she was too far gone, so I went inside her realm of consciousness. She didn't say these exact words, but she basically did. And had a conversation with her. And we know there was weird shit going on with her with Makoto's realm of consciousness. Also, the whole excuse me. Also, the whole idea of energy having a will, it's like in evolution, the line between the dead becoming alive, how inside rocks molecules trapped themselves and became cells. Where is the line of life? Yeah, what's the difference? It's also kind of like Star Rail, where Screwlum, that's his name, right? Or is that a planet? Okay, I'm getting confused. The robot guy, the dapper robot guy, how he like can eat food and like consume food and stuff. And he also said that there's no difference between him and people. People are also just data, possibly. So they're like interchangeable. To directly quote May, it depends on whether the truths which control the fate of the universe from the outside reveal clues in the universe. If even the universe itself, if even the universe isn't a self-contained loop in terms of causality, then for a descriptive system, an observer is bound to find its flaw. So basically, like, the travelers are like the observers that notice the differences. They are the ones that record the true history. Which is what Zhongli said. So yeah, that to your point. We also have 6 constellations, and those 6 constellations describe some sort of story. So I wonder if the constellations are formed after every attempt to ascension. That's interesting. Oh yeah, you even have excuse me. You even have the sky red there when you first go to the tree. Oh, it's both. Oh, okay, thanks. Because I completely forgot he named a planet after himself.
Wait. Huh?
Hold up, the traveler being a witness, and in quantum mechanics, you need an observer for a particle to appear in a certain place. Yeah. And the universe isn't locally real, but for it to materialize, you have to look. I don't know, Hoyoverse makes me use all my brain cells. That also makes me wonder, like, tying back to the whole point of Fontaine about illusion and lies and stuff, and What you see is not what's actually happening. And then for Nicole, by the way, the one who contacted us after, you know, we erased Scaramouche from Irminsul, how she said to trust our own eyes. But now we're being told to not trust our eyes. I don't know. It's confusing, isn't it? Ugh. It's weird that Makoto could revive A, but A could not revive Makoto. I wonder if her physical form was too corrupted. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird fucking... Also, where the fuck did A and Makoto come from? Where did Ruka Devada come from, for that matter? Like, when was she born? But then I guess that would mean we would have to know when Irminsul came into being. And something tells me it's during the creation of the Primordial One's world. Yeah, I don't know. Like, her physical form... I don't know, because it makes it sound like A gave up her physical form so Makoto could ascend to godhood. But, like... I find that to be so odd. Because if you look at Deshret, the goddess of flowers, and Ruka Devada, Deshret was also offered a gnosis, but it didn't seem like the other two had to sacrifice themselves, even though that's what eventually happened.
Wait.
Well, maybe Celestia knew they would die, so they didn't have to worry about it. Like the goddess of flowers dying, and Deshret also dying. Because, you know, they didn't do shit. They didn't do shit about Deshret bringing in forbidden knowledge. It's almost like they knew that Ruka Devada would take care of it or something. And technically Deshret, because he cleaned up his own mistake too. I'm like... I don't know. The A and Makoto thing is really weird, and it confuses me. To be fair, Liney is a magician, and their whole thing is sleight of hand, right, and visual tricks. I hope the Fontaine story focuses more on the important stuff instead of a bunch of filler crap.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm like hoping they get rid of the superfluous dialogue and shit. Like, we talk about A and Makoto being white trees, so they also seem to be from Irminsul. It seems like they didn't have to have an Archon War, it just happened. Yeah, it's like, it's so... It's really confusing.
Is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those
they dropped the nail, but that was Deshret's goal. Yeah. It's all just, ugh. Ugh. I'm still convinced that trees and fungi have some funny business going on, because you could use fungi to talk to other trees in the network, and Makoto and A are apparently wooden dolls. Well... Well, I actually think that's just supposed to be an allegory, excuse me, for the Shogun puppet, and also Scaramouche, because they, well, it's kind of implied they were made from Irminsul. Like, A used, like, possibly wood from Irminsul to make their bodies. That's what I thought that meant. But if Makoto and A are also, like, made of Irminsul, that is so interesting. And it's also kind of plausible too, because like Irminsul contains all elemental energy, like every single one. So theoretically any kind of elemental being could be born from it, right? Or were they born from the light realm? Which doesn't make any sense because gods are a part of the human realm. It's all confusing. Inazuma was peak filler. I don't know. Inazuma was very important. Like, that was the nation we learned about the Primordial One and the Shades. Also, Inazuma itself, like the story that was told, has very interesting implications that we'll talk about soon.
Wait.
I don't know, a lot of important stuff happened. But like the story quest, I can see, or the Archon Quest, I can see why people didn't like it. Did I go the wrong way? I did, yeah. Inca had all the lore, yeah. And Enkanomiya itself is like one entire frame story. It is an entire allegory for literally everything. It has so many implications.
So this is the thrill of adventure.
All right. The Akasha harvested dreams. The Oratress is harvesting belief in justice. There must be something bigger. Oh, thank God I switched her in time because she was about to die. All right, that's done. Okay, let me read.
Here you go.
There must be something bigger that is harvesting something. Maybe visions are used to harvest something Celestia needs. Visions were also seen as a very similar concept to hopes and aspirations, which are dreams, basically. Like ambition and desire, that's extremely similar to one's dreams. So I feel like they're just straight up harvesting people's fucking dreams. Because if dreams are a source of power and people cannot dream, then that makes sense. It's just like how the Akasha system harvested dreams and people of a certain age were unable to dream. It ties back to what fucking Dainsliff says in the Travail trailer. In the meantime of a perpetual eternity, or sheltered eternity, one is content to live and not to dream. But in the hidden corners of the world, there are those who dream of dreaming. I'm surprised I fucking remembered that. I mean, y'all talking about filler, and I just watched someone's playthrough of Sumeru, and a lot went down. Yeah, like, Sumeru was just massive. Like, revisiting all that happened the last 8 patches, we had a lot of each patch. Yeah, no, there was a lot that happened. And here lies the issue with the English dub compared to the Chinese. The English overuses the word God, but the Chinese uses other words to describe a powerful being and use... Oh, goodness. Excuse me. And use God only for one thing. Yeah, but, like, I wonder if... I hope that the Chinese team is in close, like they work closely with the localization teams to get it as near perfect as possible. That's what I would imagine in a perfect world, right? Like they have to review it. At least that's what I hope. Onion, please tell me you are coughing so much because you are hitting that Zaza and not because you got the Rona. I was sick like a few weeks ago. And whenever I get sick, the last thing that happens is like I cough a lot. And like after a cold, which I think I may have had a sinus cold or something from allergies. Coughing can take like up to 2 months to disappear. So I'm imagining it's going to stick around for a while.
The publishing house has released numerous works that lay out military strategy in a simple
Girl, I don't care.
way. The
Also, I'm gonna need a cryo character, so we're gonna switch to
Pleasure
this,
to be working with you.
and we're gonna switch to Benny Boy.
You want me?
Oh. Oh, that makes more sense. Okay, this is why I need to click on things. There we go. Come on, move. Yeah, I probably do need to drink some water. I'ma do that. Okay. Oh god, I missed a lot of comments. I wish they had more time for characters like in Inazuma. Like, the end felt rushed, and I wish they added more like cutscene for. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, it did feel rushed. It did kind of feel rushed, and it wasn't fleshed out as well as Sumeru's Archon Quest was. I also felt like Liyue's Archon Quest was underwhelming as well. It was kind of like a lot of shit that didn't need to happen happened. Like, a lot of shit that didn't need to happen happened. Mondstadt's was okay though.
Today is a lucky day.
But yeah, I'm glad that they took they obviously took notes and they changed the amount of time they give for Archon quests, at least the initial ones, into new regions.
So this is a day in the life.
So I'm glad that the Archon quest will take 3 patches to complete, just like Sumeru. Yeah, like, it would have been... Inazuma is just... It's so disappointing. Because it could have been so much better than it was. I'm sure there were, like, reasons for the way it turned out, though. I mean, I side with Alhaitham that what is a god but a more powerful life form? Basically, yeah, he basically just called gods, like, another life form that live in the world. That's it. Because, I mean, like, if humans can become gods, then what's really the difference between us and them? Like, what? What's really the difference? Alright, now what? How do I open this one? Oh. This will probably tell us some stuff. Yeah, I do have to go down here, right? Because there's an Eidolon down here. The English localization comes from the Japanese one. Interesting. They outsource work. I doubt they double check work they're paying someone good money for. I mean, I would hope they do, though, just to make sure everything is like, you know. But then there's also times where the English localization is actually more useful than the Chinese one, because there was that whole thing about the Chinese community being completely unaware that there was a Gnostic base to the game. And that's, like, because of how things are translated. And obviously because those concepts will translate better to Western cultures, right? Because this is, like, Western, Middle Eastern culture that we are more familiar with. We get a squirrel! That isn't actually trying to kill us. It's helping us.
I shall treasure this good fortune.
Yeah, there have been issues with the English translations. Like, a lot. It's just because concepts also just don't translate well sometimes. Is like... And sometimes there's nothing they can really do about that. They can only get as near as possible. Inazuma was made before big money rolled in, then that would make sense. Yeah, like revisiting the earlier acts. Yeah, this is a complete improvement. But I still feel like they need to cut down on some dialogue. Or at least, not necessarily cut down on dialogue, but like, make it so that the dialogue has more meaning and use to us. Because most of it we could do literally without. But again, Sumeru was a improvement. Yeah, I like this little water droplet. In Inazuma, we did all the work to solve the situation. In Sumeru, it felt like everybody did their part in the end, even the NPCs. Well, here's the thing. Even in Inazuma, we technically didn't do it alone, because the only way we were able to defeat A was by gathering the wishes of the people and getting help. You know, the scene where the statue of the 1,000-armed, 100-eyed god glitters and the visions glitter?
I only wish life could be as leisurely as this a little more often. How greedy of me.
So we needed the people's wishes to win. Which is kind of interesting because we basically defeat Scaramuccian the same way we defeat his mom. I mean, the use is for players who are bad at reading. But the thing is, people will, like, not listen when they're talking. So it's like... I don't know what can fix that. Other than, like, cutting down on some dialogue and making sure that their dialogue actually has some meaning. Or at least is engaging enough. Because, like, people will just skip through scenes. Or like click through scenes and just won't fucking listen. Okay, how do I do this? I wasn't listening to Paimon. Speaking of not reading dialogue. I was not reading the dialogue. So what do I do? Someone tell me. Do something. Go in the wall. What wall? What? Oh, below it? The projector. Oh, right. Herp derp. How the fuck do I get here easily, though? Aha. This. Never mind. Oy vey. Okay. Guess we're climbing. I completely forgot that that was a whole thing in this story quest. With going into the fucking pictures. Alright. That didn't happen. I totally knew what to do. It's on the ground. Oh. Well, whatever. I totally knew it was on the ground. Alright, there we go. Is that right? Well, it has to be right. How the hell do I get up there? Oh, that's how. We get a nice little rainbow. Okay, now that comment about a rainbow bridge makes sense. Like that earlier comment. A luxurious chest.
I shall treasure this good fortune.
Yay, we did it. Well, that was fun. Alright, that's one area explored. Let's go over here. Yeah, it's the Bifrost, the little rainbow bridge that leads to Valhalla. Okay. I mean, I guess I should just take a roller coaster ride and see where it takes me. The difference is Nikita thanked everybody at the end of the Archon Quest. A was just like, meh, you beat me, guess I'll listen to you, even though it was all my foxes doing. Yeah, it was really fucking dumb. Wait, I just missed a balloon, didn't I? But there's a little voucher over here, so let's go get that. And let's do the stuff under here. Problem is that the English needs too many words to explain concepts due to how the language works. In Chinese and Japanese, you need one word and the whole concept open up. That's true. It's unfortunate. The middle flower looks like from Venti's story about Dvalin, and the purple flower looks like from a different cutscene in Sumeru. Huh, I never thought about that. My gameplay makes you want to pull your hair out? Yeah, I mean, like, I'm distracted by the talking. Because this would be much faster if... Well, really, actually, not even by talking, by looking at comments, because I have to look away from the screen and not pay attention. But I'm glad the brain rot is counteracting everything. Alright, what do? I have to find the Hydro Eidolons. Okay, and they're all in this area. Thank God for Ayaka's little thing. That's one. Are you something? Yeah. Well, that was easy. We got a precious chest just for that? Well, I'll take it.
Yes, this seems suitably sufficient.
Have I gotten Kaya's skin? I got Layla. How do I get his skin? Oh. That is a no, because I need enough vouchers. They were very generous this event. Seems like it. Did y'all talk about the Bottleland play at all? Yeah, we did. We had a big conversation about it. Basically, the takeaways that I had was that it's actually an allegory for a couple of things. Like, obviously, it reflects Idia's flight from Fontaine, and it's about the Oceanids. A new regime came into power after the Cataclysm, which is focalors. The Oceanids didn't like that. They left. Blah, blah, blah. Idia ends up coming to the desert, right? Or she encounters Alice, who gives her the bottle. She ends up in the desert, yada, yada, yada. But I took it to be an allegory for the first Cely and the Traveler from Afar. And also, it was very reminiscent of the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies. Also, in the context of Bottleland, the Shinro casket is supposed to be the Genesis Pearl, basically. Because it's a clam with a pearl inside of it, and it runs this entire place. Which was very reminiscent of the Battle Pass. Also, a lot of the terminology and words they used in this quest are very similar to how the world was described to be when the Second Who Came arrived and caused the war. That the world turned upside down. Like, that exact verbiage was used in this event. So think of Bottleland as to that. Think of Idia as the first Cely. And the Oceanids as the Cely. The Pale Princess and the people of the Moonlight Forest. Wait, 3 more tickets and I get a compass. Okay. That's fun. Okay, where's the Eidolon for this? Is it on one of these leaves? Is that it over there? Or is that a Cely? That looks like a Cely. That's not a Cely. There aren't Cely in here. Oh no, that's just some water or shit. Okay. Okay, I need to look at the similarities between the Six Pygmies and such. Yeah, like, even if you just read, like, the... the title. Not the title. The volume descriptions. It talks about how somehow the princess comes in contact with some sort of light prince. Wait, actually... let's just pull it up. The Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies. Yeah, so even though the rest of the volumes aren't out.
So this is a day in the life of the traveler.
And even in the first volume, to be honest, the Moonlight Forest, because Idia flees into a forest, right? She flees to Sumeru's rainforests. We also talked about the desert being a parallel to the Abyss and Conria as well. So if you think about the context of the play and how the Bottleland ends up in the desert, and it's kind of like this world.
A blade is like a tea leaf. Only those who sample
Ugh, it's a lot to talk about. We talked about a lot.
true qualities.
I'm sorry, just watch the VOD. There were Conrians who stayed in Conria after the Cataclysm, and it took them way longer for the curse to reach them. Yeah, maybe Kaya's GPA fled Conria to find light for the people who stayed behind, and he did it quick enough that he didn't get hilly churled. I mean, maybe. But that would mean Kaya's like 500 years old. Or maybe you're talking about like even in current day. Personally, I thought that the traveler from afar was hinting at Kaya's grandfather, Ermin. I mean,
I only wish
that's interesting.
this a little more often. How greedy of me.
The thing that's interesting about that is because Ermin has a lot of parallels with the primordial one. And Deshret, who is also like the travelers, remember? They have a lot of similarities to the travelers, like especially Deshret. Also, Deshret is very Phanes-like. He's also very Jesus-like, even in the ways that he's described by his people. So I wonder if Kaya's grandfather might be the fucking traveler from afar. Like, what if he is? What if Ermin is Kaya's grandfather, like, what if he is? That would be insane. Sorry, hold on one second.
So this
Breathe air. I refuse.
I'm learning more about you all the time.
Ugh. Watching other people explore without Wander is so ugh. I can't live without him anymore. I kind of wish I pulled for him just to explore, because he's so convenient. All right, where's the bubble that I was just at? Ah, here. Here is that Eidolon. You should be the one to give me the chest. What? 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 Do you have a secret theory about the father that dropped Kaya off being Clotar? Now that would be a twist, because we know that he is related to Clotar, but he's referred to as a descendant of Clotar. Ugh. One of Kaya's voice lines make it sound like his father wasn't actually his biological father. Now that would be very interesting. Because who's his actual dad, if that's the case?
Life could be as leisurely as this a little more often. How greedy of me.
Oh, she said it was mud? Like the mud in the chasm? Like that kind of mud? I mean, there should be some sort of forbidden knowledge shit out there, right? Especially like near the nail. But we didn't find... No, we magically summoned the bottle. So it came from its location to us. That's right. I was about to say we didn't find the bottle near the mountain, but again, we magically summoned it. Kaya ages normally, but I have wondered about a time portal. So like when Kaya was born, could be weird relative to that time. Yeah. Something weird's going on with Kaya and his age.
A blade is like a tea leaf.
You know how in Honkai we now have stigmas becoming people? So like Valonia, or wait, she's not really a stigmata though, is she? Or a stigma. Anyway, who is the Mistalin, you know who I'm saying, to Cecilia. Like if Cecilia is Istaroth, who is Mistalin? I don't know. I mean, we heard the voice of the person who dropped him off. It wasn't the same voice. Yeah, that wasn't the same voice. I think Clotar is like an uncle or cousin that stepped in. I can't remember the actual line, but it's definitely in there somewhere. The person who dropped him off that we think is Kaya's dad definitely isn't Clotar. Yeah, I forgot about the voice acting too. Yeah, he definitely isn't. The Returning Curios quest gives a letter at the end that has lore about how the Shinro casket ended up in the bottle. You find that letter behind the building at the main plaza. All right, we have to go to the main plaza now because I want to read that letter. Is it this one? But I have to do a side quest first. Is that what you said? Have they added new voice lines in the Traveler's profile? Not to my knowledge, but we're about to get a whole bunch more than likely. Do I have the Returning Curios quest? I do. So let's do it. Fuck. I don't have to walk. Oh, it's not that far away. Damn, my crack theory was so good though. I would have believed it. I mean, like, Kaya is... I don't know about his parentage. Also, I find it weird that we know next to nothing about his mother. Like, she's just not mentioned at all, and I find that to be extremely suspicious. It's always his dad, but never his mom. Unless he doesn't have a mom. All right, give us the gifts. Let us find the treasure. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, so this has to have been near the fucking mountain with the vortex where the nail is allegedly. Right? That had to have been where the bottle was. Hello, Hisoka, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Am I interpreting that correctly? I don't fucking know. The same with D-Luke. It's always about his dad and not his mother. Yeah, but I love the idea that his mom may have been a Hexenzirkel member or affiliated with them because of the tea set. The tea set that we see in the Hexenzirkel little video thing, one of them is the exact same as a tea set in D-Luke's mansion. Which is so cool. And it would also explain why fucking Alice sees D-Luke as a child of hers. Even though I don't think he's actually met Alice. Remember there was a vortex on top of Deshret's pyramid? Yeah, and it was heavily implied that the nail is like there. Oh, you mean on Deshret's mausoleum, right? Which is in a different location. So his mom turned into a hilichurl or died at birth? I'm not sure, but here's the thing. If they go for a sun and moon dynamic between Kaya's parents, then I'm gonna guess that the mom did die. But it may have not been during the Cataclysm. No, it probably was. Because if you think of all the examples I used earlier, like Jet's parents, the mom died as well, right? If you think about A and Makoto died, and I would argue she's the moon of that pair. Guizhong died. Rukkhadevata died. The Goddess of Flowers died. That's like a recurring theme. So I'd believe it if his mom was dead. That is, if they're going for a sun and moon dynamic. It makes more sense if the bottle got swept away from the top of the pyramid. Yeah, but like, there's also a vortex and sandstorm near the nail. And where we were when we summoned the bottle, it was closer to that mountain. So I really do think it's referring to where the fucking Eternal Oasis is. Like that area, that mountain. This project goes back many a year. Originally, a veteran adventurer stopped here and was deeply moved by the scenery. Goes without saying, my hospitality helped considerably. He buried his most prized possessions in the place that touched him most deeply. Those were his mementos. 3 pocket watches made up more. Oh god. Oh god, a cipher. We have to think. Ugh. Oh, so he's the dude that started that trend of leaving gifts in the Mirage. Okay, that's cool. Oh, it's a simple cipher, thank God. We don't have to think hard. Okay. Imagine she's the blue-eyed spear witch and she fell into the abyss and excuse me, and had no knowledge of what happened to her son nor husband. That would be interesting. Wait, didn't the blue-eyed spear witch died though? She got murdered by Eberhard, right? One of the noblemen of Mondstadt, or aristocrats rather. The one who like orchestrated all of the murder on Dragonspine, like the expedition that went out there. Like, I have that right? She did get murdered by him, right? Or am I remembering wrong? I think Alice may have gifted him the tea set when his father died. I mean, that would make sense. But then again, question, what is her relationship with his father if that's the case? Oh yeah, and the pattern matches the back of Diluc's jacket too. Oh yeah, he does get all those letters from Alice. That's how we learned about she was involved with Diluc anyway, huh? I do like Diluc too. I also think Diluc and Caelia might be a sun and moon dynamic if you really think about it. Fire and ice. Actually, I have another thought about that, but I'm not gonna say it. Oh, you said that earlier, Cely? Sorry, I didn't see it. But yeah, you're right. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, you don't have to think that hard for the sun and moon connection with them. Matches one of the treasure troves, and besides the story... Alright, where are these mementos? Oh, we're gonna bury a story? A sweet mist permeates all, gazing toward the dancing lamplight. I almost forget to breathe. In the end, memories of childhood guide me, and I take my seat beside the table in peace. Oh, thank God, they just mark it. Alright, the lamplight and seat right here.
Collecting rare and exquisite treasures. Yes, this seems suitable.
Alright, that's the first one down. That was pretty easy. Y'all were right. Alice is adventurous. She definitely hit up Crepus when she was in town. Yeah, definitely. I hope we see Alice in Fontaine, I swear to God. Alice is the kind of person you never stick your pee-pee in. Oh my God. Or you will end up in big trouble. The one that did must have been a legend. Yeah, who's Clee's father? We never hear anything about him other than he's like a adventurer. When is Sun and Moon Part 2, by the way? Oh, don't ask me about that. Don't ask me about that. We got to get through 2 other videos. But soon-ish. Don't worry. The stalling is gonna come to an end. It needs to come to an end. A shooting star of vines carries me, traversing a forest so quiet and peaceful, to finally arrive in secluded dreamland so pure. Is it like at the entrance? Okay, never mind. It has to deal with this stupid fucking choo-choo cart. The dude risked it all for 5 minutes of pleasure, Jesus.
I only wish life could be as leisurely as this a little
And you
more.
have a note if you look at the item.
How greedy of me.
To the traveler who discovers this treasure, if you are reading this text now, you must have become one of Miss Idea's most esteemed guests. The bag you find within the treasure has an old ration bag of mine. It accompanied me over mountains and hills, across vast empty deserts, sustaining me for several decades. Oh, you're old. Well, you're definitely dead. I was once an ordinary mercenary who chose to live and fight in solitude. Okay. Family died. Okay. Interesting. So he almost died. But Idea saved him. Okay. That was an interesting story. Let's see what the other one has in store for us. Wait, I need the voucher. There it is. Whee! All right, quick detour.
Allow me. Brace yourself. Billowing surge.
Ooh, Kokomi almost died.
Everybody stand. Whirling snow.
Still waiting for the day we finally see Varka. Me too. And I hope we get Wolf lore and Capitano lore when he comes back. Or when we eventually meet him.
Treasure this good fortune.
Aren't we gonna meet? Wasn't there something about him being in Notlon or something? From some sort of event. That was when Mika was introduced, right? Oh, did I do the Kafka quest? No, not yet. I'll probably do that tonight. Oh gosh, that's a lot of squirrels. Okay, so we gotta move this. And ugh, I love this music. It's so nice. You're joking. Oh, whatever. I don't give a shit about the artifacts, to be honest. Okay, he ran into Capitano and Notlon, but that doesn't mean he's still there. And Capitano helped them. This dude's story makes me think of Hazo. I don't think it is Hazo, but similar. Yeah, it is very similar to his story. At least it's been confirmed that Alice has twin tail braids. Interesting. I love that Alice replaced the original colors of the wings of Feasting, which were blue and white. Yeah. And changed them to red and yellow. That's so interesting. It supports my Alice is a runaway and Piero is her strict dad theory. Oh god. Yeah, then Piero must be super old, because if Alice is at least old as Enkanomiya is, then that lady is fucking ancient. Oh, you meant Pulcinella.
A blade is like a tea leaf. Only those who sample it many times can appreciate its true qualities.
All right. Oh, excuse me.
Collecting rare and exquisite treasures. Yes, this seems suitably sophisticated.
All right, so we got to go back to Idea. But before we do, because I feel like I'm not going to come back to this place. We might as well do everything in here.
Yes.
Why did I need to change to a fucking Dendro character? I did not need to do that, but that's okay. Oh, that just connects back to that way? Okay. You think Alice is only 600 years old? Interesting. Read those first before talking to Idea, because they disappear, I'm guessing, right? Remember to hydrate. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I find it weird that Notlon doesn't have a single NPC. Like, at all. And I feel like there must be like some clever reason for that. Like, there has to be. And maybe it's because people from Notlon just don't venture outside of Notlon that often. Because if you think about it, the only reason Vanessa's tribe ended up in Mondstadt is because they were exiled for some unknown reason. Oh, they don't disappear, but Edea will reference the notes you found, so it's just for context. Got it. Child has a thing for old men who long lives like Pulcinella, Zhongli, and now Nouvellette. You know what? That's fucking true. But he also has things for mommies because he wants to fight Chlorine. Because she's like a really powerful duelist or something. Okay, let me get this chest before we do anything.
Think you can get away?
Here you go.
Alright, I really don't care about these things. Alright, back to the bottle courtyard. Also, by the way, I know we didn't fucking talk about it, but this is called the Silver Bottle Courtyard, right? Like, we're all in agreement that this is probably one of the bottles that Deshret had. Because if you look in, like, the Lay of Al-Ahmar and, like, other texts that talk about, like, cities in a bottle, like, this must be, like, one of the bottles, probably. And I think, wasn't Deshret referenced when we got in here? Like, Kaya was gonna tell us a story about Deshret that he never fucking finished, which was annoying. Oh shit. I didn't read the fucking note. Maybe they were exiled when Murata died. Maybe. I don't know. Well, no, because Murata couldn't have died at that point, right? Because that shit took place 1,000 years ago. So there was a doll in the box. Okay, alright. So we gotta find the last one. A blue spotless ceiling, a floor of white candy, soft companions around me, I too have wings. Oh, the top of this thing. Yeah. Okay, let me read the thingy first. Here we go. Oh, traveler whom I've never met, if you're reading this letter now, you must be enjoying the wondrous sights of this place just as I did in the past. May you encounter the sights of your dreams and learn much from the experience. I am a Rotawahist student who fell asleep while observing the skies. After finding myself here upon waking, I decided to stay a while. The caretaker, Miss Adia, appears to be struggling with the need to repair some old mechanisms on the ground. She did not respond to my questions, but simply offered me a quiet place to stay where I might get plenty of rest. Okay. More importantly, this place is insulated from monsters and people of ill intent. And people of ill intent. Sorry, I'm like thinking about how Bottleland is possibly an allegory for Teyvat, right? And then everything else outside of the bottle is the abyss, like the desert. Because this is talking about the monsters and people of ill intent in the desert. This kind of implies, like if we think about it, this implies that people do live in the abyss. Like, obviously Conria, right? But there might be other people, too. And, like, everybody that lives there is trying to get to Teyvat because it's, like, a place that doesn't suck, basically. Wait, you know who this is, right? Wait, who is this? Oh, is this Layla? That's what you're talking about. This is Layla. Gotcha. That makes so much sense. It says only 2 of the original 7 remain, but like that doesn't actually mean the rest are actually dead. I mean, yeah. I mean, Zhongli faked his own death. Everybody thinks he's dead, except for the Adepti. And the Qixing, they know he's still alive. Interesting. Okay. Alright, Layla. Well, I hope she had fun. Or she was able to fucking sleep in here. I gotta chase these things now. At least they move fast. Unlike those fucking ravens. Y'all remember that shit from Fischl's domain? That was annoying. They moved so slow. And if you fucked up the puzzle, like you had to do it again and you had to sit through like the entire fucking dialogue of whatever that secret event was. It was so stupid. I hated that. Wait. What is this? I feel like... Okay, we're just gonna do this because... Or did I use this already? I feel like I already did this. Yeah, the Fischl's Raven thing, that was... was unbearable. But it was kind of cool. And I think that the Twilight Theater play had a lot of, oh yeah, I've already done this. A lot of interesting implications. You're joking. And there's no... Okay, thank God. I was like, there's no easy way to get back up. Alright. Oop, this one got itself into some hot water. Does anyone feel bad about killing the fungi after the little Pokemon event that we had? Oh, shit. Alright, respawn, please. Holy crap. Okay, there we go. Thank God.
Here we go.
The best part of 2.8 was Mona's part. The island and her domain were amazing. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Hers was really cool. Are gods affected by Irminsul?
Wait.
Yes. Technically they are. And we're doing that based on, like, the voice lines. Because, like, the Archon's voice lines change after the Irminsul shit happens in the Sumeru Archon Quest. But at the same time, we don't know for sure. Like, it's very vague. Because, like, does Venti remember? Does Zhongli remember? Alright. We're almost done. Oh, they already fucking activated it. Why am I doing that? Yeah, like it's implied they forgot about Ruka Devata too. You feel bad about killing anything in the game, especially hilly churls? Yeah, it's like really fucked up that we still like kill hilly churls. And we don't think twice about it either. Like, the Traveler and Paimon carry on, like, nothing's wrong. And it makes you feel even worse because in the Kari Bear Archon Quest, it proves that they can restore some level of humanity. And also if they become the Loom of Fate or whatever the fuck. Because allegedly Clothar was able to get rid of the curse, right? Which should have been impossible. I think Barbeloth is also a god whose memories were erased and power suppressed. I'm sure prophecy and divination was eventually going to get in Celestia's way. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I think of her as a parallel to Istaroth, but we'll see, like, what they end up doing with Barbeloth. Like, with all of the witches, to be honest, because they just all seem like super powerful for no good reason. Well, I shouldn't say for no good reason. Oh shit. Well, this is a way to get up. I don't think this is how you're supposed to do this. Fuck, it's so far. Oh, I didn't go anywhere. Oh, here we go. Good lord. Ah, fuck. I knew that was gonna happen. Come on. Where's the little fucking gondola thingy? Alright, now we wait. In the meantime, I can finally read comments. I am really hoping that house we saw in the live stream with Sunflowers is Barbella's house. Yeah, I hope so too. Like, can we please... Hoyoverse, please. I am on my knees begging for more Hex and Zirkel stuff. Like, please. Ooh. Huh. Oh, crap. Now, what are these? Oh. Alright, let's finish up this quest. And I think I'm gonna go eat and get some water. I don't remember, was there any reason why the witches originally wanted to fight Venti? Nah, it just, we don't get any context for that at all, which is frustrating. But at the same time, knowing that, like, people like Rhine-Daughter, who is from Conria and therefore probably does not like the gods, it kind of makes sense. Or they were just like bored and wanted to do it for funsies, just to see if they could do it. Alright, yes, this time I'm not gonna forget to read the box. Hey there, youngster, or grown-up, or oldie, or whoever you are. I see you've found my treasure and read my diary. I'm an inventor and adventurer. Even Miss Idea thinks I'm a genius, you know? This fantastic water park is the furthest place I've reached so far. I've had a great time here. How about you? It's okay if you haven't been having fun. I'm sure you'll be just like me and find even more cool and distant parks to explore in the future. According to Mama and Papa's story, there's a paradise for finches and crystal flies on top of a cloud. I made this kite to find that paradise and play with them. Okay. What is with this child making friends with dangerous animals? Interesting. Okay. Knowing Alice, I would say that she just felt like it. I mean, yeah, that's what I would believe. Again, Mona low-key implies she knows that information memories can be erased in her story quest, so it's possible more people do too. Yeah. No, I definitely think more people know about that. Seems we only have seen like 2 Archons with hack abilities. And there may be more with hack abilities. Yeah, the poor kid's parents, like Jesus. They sound like a piece of work. Wait, so she like... She made... Okay. Wow, damn. They were probably so fucking worried. Good lord. Alright, now it's our turn. Kid inventor from that one Fontaine Institute, perhaps? Oh, that would be interesting. Scar wasn't an Archon, he was just made by one, yeah. I mean, yeah. You're gonna go wrap up your dailies and then go to bed later. Yeah, I'm about to wind down as well. Goodbye, focalors. All right. So, do we get to choose what our memento is? Seems like it. Alrighty. Ugh, we have to go back up there. Oh, at least it's near the waypoint. And if my barbell oath is a sealed god theory is true, then maybe she got sealed because she erased the Saritsa's memories. We'll have to see. At any, you know, at this point, I just really want to see a Hexen Circle member. I don't care which one it is. Let's leave a photo. Yeah, we're both pretty big deals. Oh god, she knows the word selfie. Your experiences in the Veluriyam Mirage were so rich and colorful that you didn't know which one to choose. Even the sights and sounds inside the Veluriyam Mirage are spectacular. Ultimately, you settled on a blessing for companionship and happiness without worry. To the traveler who finds this chest, may your travels be filled with joy and free of care, and your companions always be by your side. Enjoy your time vacationing within the Veluriyam Mirage. That's sweet. Oh, you chose the entranceway. Interesting. It's the legendary Mora pocket watch. Okay, now you said that there was a note, right? So let's try to find that. But first, let's read this pocket watch. No, the giant fry, but don't worry, let me explain. Okay, so this dude is from Liyue, definitely, since he's praising Morax. Wait, he used Morax's name, like instead of like Rex Lapis or some shit. So is this an Adepti? Nah, this is just some sort of adventurer, right? Okay. Who is he supposed to be? Do we know? Okay, let's talk to Edea first then. And, well, okay, let's check the house. Just in case. Oh, whatever. That was a waste. Is it behind here? Yes, it is. All right. I've never escaped that nightmare. I keep returning to the battlefield where fire scorched the horizon, where monsters warped like shadows, where broken, unrecognizable forms filled the land, and where my screams fell into the silent darkness before they could even make it out of my throat. Ah, and there was my friend who rescued me from the jaws of the dark hounds. So like rift hounds? His bow and sword falling from his hands, from hands robbed of strength. His body slipping into the filthy morass, his mouth half open as he looked at me and kept looking. That's interesting as well that they said filthy morass. This is like a filthy swamp or like mud. And that's what Edea thought she was in. Interesting. I was fortunate to return alive from the battle. No, I lost my confidence, forsook the cross-shaped spear in my hands, and abandoned the troops who had taken up common cause against our great calamitous foe, fleeing the field like a man driven insane. I betrayed the trust of the almighty shogun. I betrayed the trust the almighty shogun had placed in me, dishonored the name that my ancestors had forged till this point. As things stand, I can no longer return to Yashiori. So great is my disgrace. I'm trying to think if this is like a historical figure that we've learned about. Like, I'm trying to remember if there was a story about somebody who escaped from Yashiori or something. Obviously, this is during the time of the Cataclysm. Oh, we'll get it from Edea. Okay. You think it's kind of dumb to just change things in Irminsul? I feel like only Celestia should be able to do it. I feel like they might be the only ones that can do certain things with Irminsul. I don't know. But I think the whole point of like that whole Scaramouche thing was that it's difficult to actually change fate. And it's even difficult for memories to be forgotten too, because Scaramouche only was able to do that because he nearly became a god, right? Only through the illusions conjured by the Shinro casket can I gain fleeting respite. So getting away from a horrible memory and slipping into a dream. Interesting. That theme has popped up many times. And to think that when Mother had the casket brought to me from Moon Shrine, when I was summoned far abroad in my role as prefect of Yashiori, okay, in hopes that it might alleviate the pain I would suffer in battle, I had boasted thus: I am the successor to the Kitai name. Okay, that's more context. Surely mere pain shall not force me to use this thing. What a terrible joke. The mere thought of it fills me with such shame. What would she, who was once a shrine maiden, think if she could see me now. But I tire of wandering abroad. I grow weary of this torture. Today, I have finally returned to this place, the place I had dreamed of on countless nights, fearing that I had not escaped it, yet aching to return. My arms may no longer wield a spear like they could in my youth, but this time I will surely save my friend. I will cleanse this impurity. I will surely follow the almighty Shogun to the very end. So now he gets a chance to live out his dreams inside of a dream, essentially, in a place where all your wishes come true. And he wishes basically that he was able to save his friend and not abandon Inazuma, essentially. That's kind of sad. It's not kind of sad. That's depressing. Yeah, I saw the sign named. It was like Hidei something, right? But we're gonna get the name from Adia as well. All right, there we go. All right, let's make our way down to her, and then I'm gonna log off for the day. Am I going the right way? Yeah, I am. Oh, I'm actually tired. I'm more tired than I thought I was. Did most of the yokai die in Inazuma and the desert due to the Cataclysm, or do we just never see them? No, I think it is a thing that most of the, like, a lot of the yokai died. And, like, they're becoming a rarer and rarer breed, basically. Did tons of Adepti also die in the Cataclysm? Not sure. But it seems like a lot of them did. Mona not needing a vision to do hydromancy is very sus to me. Yeah, that is pretty sus. Okay. Based on its contents, it's closer to a will and chronicle than a letter. It's from the old man who brought the Shinro casket. It's something that happened not too long ago after I arrived in the bottle. Okay. The old man was from Inazuma. His first question upon arriving here was whether this domain fulfills wishes, and he wanted to be sent to a battlefield of the past. She tried to explain it to him, but his physical condition was bad. His mind was also shit. Alright, so he was delirious. PTSD. So she used the bottle's mirage to recreate the battlefield from his mind. Yeah. Why would someone wish to see something so terrifying in his last moments? Maybe it means something special to him. I don't know, but he looked very satisfied in the end. If there was a wish he had to fulfill in a place like that, the years he spent carrying that burden must have been really hard. The Shinro casket was a big help in restarting the central hub, so I owe Mr. Hidei, oh gosh, a debt of gratitude. Okay. So he's the one that brought the Shinro casket in. Interesting. That's some interesting extra spicy lore. The tea guy from A Second Story. No, it's not the tea guy. He's different, right? I think he's different. All right, y'all. It's time to end it here. We've had a big day. We had a big discussion, especially earlier,
Which is exactly why I took the position.
of where I just rambled and presented thoughts out of order. But we had interesting discussions nonetheless. The next time we are going to stream is probably either Friday or Saturday to do some of the Archon Quest. And there's a video coming next week, so hopefully you enjoy it. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you for joining this stream. Y'all are beautiful people. And I will see y'all later. Yes, I'm gonna get some food and water. I hope y'all have a good night, day, whatever it is. Stay hydrated, eat good food, and I'll see you later this week. So new video in 2 months. Oh my god, no. It'll come out next week. But goodbye. Bye.